Good morning. Good evening. Good afternoon. It's me, your friendly local neighborhood Zenosfire, back again for another day of Warframe shenanigans. How's it going, everybody? Welcome on in, Funny Goblin. How you doing today? Rainy. Hello, Iron. What's up, Mecha Ninja? How you doing, Bull Stripe? Ooh, 95 stream streak, Ace. Heck yeah. How you doing today, Ace? Good to see you again, Skittles. Hello, Wonder. What's up, Mask of Mute? How you doing, Manuel? What's up, Tazzy? Will you have break your I don't know, I can't help you. You're officially no longer sick? Oh, you just summoned it, but you just summoned round 3 against yourself. Don't do that. You consume nearly an entire bag of shredded cheese. You know what? I appreciate that. Hey, Destroyer, how you doing today? What you up to today, Levy? Hope you're doing well as well. Hey, Erzman, what's up? All right. Check my inbox. Oh no. What's in here? Ooh, thank you very much, Voyage. That's very kind of you. I've been meaning to get that one. You prefer to shred your own cheese? Yes. Yes. All right, so we're gonna go do the usual. But obviously I can't invite you. So I don't know if there's a Cardi and an Echo around. There is an Echo. Echo, do you want to come do stuff? First time you caught this one at the start of the streams? Ooh, well, welcome on in, Evan. Happy to have you. Big 5-0? Heck yeah. Okay, Echo, you can try doing the /join thing to join in on me. You remember how to do that? You should be able to join in on me. There we go. Okay, so good, that's still working. So if anybody would like to come join me for the Steel Meridian dailies, you can type this into the in-game chat, and you can come join us for Steel Meridian dailies. Obviously, don't join if you're not, you know, here for Steel Meridian dailies. It would be very silly of you to join us. Can you join for Red Veil? We're not doing Red Veil. We do Steel Meridian and Cephalon Suda. The Hildren Deluxe sure is a skin. It sure is a skin. Yo, Fen, how you doing today? What is up? Hope you're doing well. Can't join. Oh, I have to set this as public. There we go. No pufferfish audio. Got scammed. True and real. Okay, you should be able to join now. I'll refund you your pufferfish, Fen. Here you go. You can have your, so you aren't getting scammed, your little points there. Okay, if you want to join for Steel Meridian dailies, just type exclamation, or not exclamation, type that into the in-game chat, and you can come join us. Audio's broken again. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. It breaks every once in a while. So, I'm not sure what's going on with that. Also, just make the pufferfish noise. So happy you sold your first Ribbon for 2K? Heck yeah! Heck yeah! Still says by invite only? Well, that's certainly not the case, because Echo joined in. Lan, you just might not be on my friends list. What? If you want to send me a friend request in game, you are more than welcome to, and I will accept it, and then you can come join us. Hey, Apollo, how you doing today? Obviously we're dealing with some silly hack stuff that's going on in the game because of that whole thing. Can you join for both possibly? Yeah, Rainy, you know how to do the join command? Opinion on Temple? Incredibly powerful. Blast from the past? Hell yeah, it is, Indy. How you doing? I love Temple. They're great. Really, really powerful weapon platform frame. Yeah, getting squads together is going to be a little bit weird for the next few days, everybody. Obviously, there's only so much that I can do about it because it's you know, the game, the chat invite stuff was hacked, which if you need more information on that, I got a short on that on the channel. So we're just kind of working with what we got. We're working with what we got. Couldn't take longer because PSN has the virtual keyboard. You can also go into here. Rainy, if you're on my friends list. And if you're online, you can just like type this and then like go to me in your friends list. And if I had someone here who's on my friends list who has the option to, you can click and join in on the person from the thing here that says join squad or join session. We're obviously just gonna be like doing what we can here. I don't know why it's not showing up for anybody here. Oh, maybe it's because I'm in a squad. But if you click here, then you can, there's like an option here that says join. Chat server separate from the game. You suspect they figured out a way to insert a custom string. So from what they're saying, like, this is not from DE, this is from other people, so I don't know the validity of this. It had to do something with the person getting access to Kickbot. So, whoa. Dead Fox is the reason why you haven't done my MR test yet? Yeah, just, there's no reason for me to do it. Does the join work for anyone or just friends? I think that it works for anyone, but I don't know. So, yeah, now it's, what is it? 19 days? Okay, so we got Rainy in. Okay, we got room for one more for Steel Meridian. If you want to join us, you're more than welcome to. It is a little bit difficult at the moment because the, invite servers being down. You can type that into the in-game chat and you can come join. Otherwise, we'll just go with the three of us and then see what happens. Things are a little bit weird right now. A little bit weird. Hey, Ian, how you doing? Most of the time you play solo, you didn't notice the hack as we went to Railjack. Blue, yeah, okay, just joining on. Variety week until the update drops? No. I mean, it's only today's stream and Tuesday's stream. And Tuesday's stream right now is a bit of an iffy. Because my mom's retiring and moving out west at the end of next week, so I might go down and spend a day with her. Okay, there we go. And then we'll set this to friends only. And exterminate, rescue, Sabo. Let's start with the exterminate. Yeah, we're just gonna do everything that we can to, like, make things work the best that we can. Yeah, I mean, it's like semi-retirement, you know? It's 2026. Is anyone ever really actually retiring? But she's moving out west to be with my sister. So I'm very, very excited and very, very happy for her. Get a little bit of rest, get a little bit of time for herself. She's worked very, very hard over the years, so we're just gonna go, you know, I might spend a few days with her. Or spend a day with her before she moves out. Do you have to go to the bazaar to trade now? You can do the /join command onto people and then do the usual go to a dojo. A lot of the people who run featured dojos are also welcoming people to use the featured dojo, like, to do trading in. So you can use the featured dojos and just say, meet me at this dojo. And that's another option for trading. Hey Hot Ice, how you doing today? And hello, John Warframe. Welcome on in. You love Warframe players? I mean, we just tried our best. Twitch has finally brought you here. Well, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Do I not have a companion on? Nope, I do. Just there's no candies. Not the John Warframe. Well, this is number 1 John Warframe. There's at least 786 other John Warframes. So this was the first clone. It is you, John Warframe. Oh no. People mess with us and we're just like, hey, you can use this. Yeah, exactly. We're just kind of like, hey, you know, we got other options. It's a hassle more than anything else. It's just like, no, well, that's inconvenient. How dare you steal my candy from me, Blue? Hey, Andromeda, how you doing today? If we got a mod around, can we get a shout out for Hot Ice, please? Pretty please. What you up to today, Andromeda? Hope you're having a good day, good weekend so far. We're gonna try to like do some relics and stuff, like, you know. You came here to say you will not pay taxes. Listen, even the Joker doesn't mess with the IRS. All right. The IRS is terrifying. You don't want to mess with it. Oh, there's a candy there. Candy. All right, you gotta go. No worries, Skittles. I hope you have yourself a good whatever the heck you're up to today. Wee. Wee. You believe that's coming with the Shadowgrapher update? What update? What's this? What's coming where? ¿Qué pasa? I'm crazy enough to fight Batman, but the IRS? No, sir. Exactly. Oh, the Rift Guard? It's coming, if I remember correctly, when the next TennoCon digital pack is out, that will be released at the same time. So, like, when that one comes out, the other one will be released. If you already own 2025's signed on it, aka you bought the digital pack for the 2025 TennoCon, you'll automatically receive it. And if you didn't, then you can buy it for Regal Aya. That's so far away, though. They usually do the TennoCon digital packs in, like, April, May, so maybe a month or two at most. Someone in Warframe's wishing for your downfall? It's me. I'm the one wishing for your downfall. The pack comes from, like, a month from now? Yeah, it's usually, like, April, May is when, the packs come out. Like, the digital packs for TennoCon. So that's what I would expect to see, at the very least. Get out of my way! Move! Move! Well, the TennoCon borrow relay is only during TennoCon. That's a little bit different. Because they released the digital pack early, and then the TennoCon digital pack is... Yeah, the TennoCon digital pack is released early, and then the TennoCon borrow relay is on the weekend of TennoCon. Best Archon shards for a general endgame Volt build. Sebas, it kind of matters. Are you doing casting or are you doing weapon platforming? You will want different shards depending on whether you're doing casting or depending on if you're doing weapon platforming. Right, if you're doing casting, you probably want like 1 or 2 cast shards, cast speed shards, plus like 1 or 2 cast speed shards, and then like the electricity damage improvements. Even though his 4th ability doesn't apply electrical status effects. So, but like you can still get the electricity stuff going out. Worst Prisma weapon, whatever one you like the most. Sorry, Phil. I don't know why I targeted you like that today. Build videos in Temple's signature secondary, the riot? Yeah, just I believe it's just typing ! riot summons that. It's actually surprisingly one of my most viewed shorts. I was just sort of curious, be like, oh, what's my most viewed short? And like that's my 2nd or 3rd most viewed short. I was really surprised by that. Because dogs are considered obsolete? How dare you? Dogs are great. Sneakaku bro. Sneakaku bro is great. Hirus Kubro for the invis. That's also great. And the Raska for shields. The Chessa for loot. Uh-oh. Oh. Oh, that's not where I wanted to go. Wrong tube. Parkour shards about to go insane. Honestly, parkour shards on Volt will make it so that you move at Mach 17 and you will have to adjust your movement playstyle. Yo, J-Chan, how you doing, dude? Sorry, J-Chan, you go by... do you go by he, him? I always like to like double check for the people who I'm unsure on because I want to just respect your existence. So, you know, it's all good if you need to correct me. I'm sometimes stupid. You literally use it's literally meta to use heroes for casting builds. Yeah, either that or the shade. Either or. At the worst, Kubros are a room nuke that scales level cap, but so they're hardly obsolete. Oh yeah, they're great. All right, we got to run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We're gonna run ads every once in a while so that new people look at pro ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support my community. Twitch sub, Twitch Turbo, YouTube membership, YouTube Premium. Otherwise, sit tight. Character on stream is female, but it's different than the guy playing female character. No, that's why I'm the same way, J Chan. I never play male characters. I'm the exact same way, but I always like to double check, you know? It's better, like, for me, for my anxiety, like, I want to, you know, I don't want to be that dickhead. More than anything else. Was talking about DOGE? What the hell is DOGE? What are you going on about? Are you okay? The coin to the moon. We're going to the moon. 5 more minutes, stream man? No. Their profile picture or Doge, the Shiba Inu? Oh, well, I can't see the profile pictures. So that makes sense why I'm confused. Yes, that makes sense why I'm confused. Because it doesn't show up on here. Look, it doesn't show up here. See? No profile pictures. Honk me. No more honk shoes. You must go pew pew. Benjamin, you actually don't run Kubros because they're too strong. Contagious bond. Yeah, so sorry, Phil, if that's what you were talking about. Sorry. I didn't realize that you were talking about Doge, like the dog. My apologies. It makes much more sense now that I've seen the profile picture. Banshee's good, but her 4 sucks. Yeah, her 4 needs a little bit of love. Trying to get some Trumna parts. Ooh, we do love the Trumna. It is a very fun weapon. Especially on Aro. Fire rate and crit chance. Back in the day, her 4 was good. Yeah, way back. Way back in the day. I'm stuck in a hole. Help. I mean, hey, play the character you want to play. That's kind of the nice thing about Warframe, right? Back from ads? No worries. I was just sort of saying, like, you know, I always like to double... Like, I'm with you on that one, J-Chan. I always play female characters. Like, it's very rare for me to play a male character in video games. Like, my cat girl in Final Fantasy 14. Even my drifter. Right? I've always just played female characters my whole life. I don't know why. Just the change of pace, I guess. Benjamin, since before shield gating exists. Wow, you're dedicated. You're actually, you know what, Evan? I'm gonna go as far as to say you're crazy. Sometimes you just want to feel like Bonita and the female characters got the best outfits. I mean, you're not wrong. They do. I play Final Fantasy 14, yeah. Why don't I play male characters? Honestly, there's, like, for me, not really any reason. In Arknights, I'm playing my the end minister is male, but yeah, I don't know. Just I typically play female characters. Sometimes I want to dress up my doll, okay? Sometimes I want to put a cute little green dress on my cute little cat girl. You know? Sometimes my sage needs to look a little pretty. They just look better. I mean, yeah, typically. Dresses are fun. Exactly. Seeing Titania players get sucked into the corporate shit room. Oh no. You're just harassing the poor Titania players with volt speed, Sebas. Truly psychopath behavior, but you know what? I endorse it. No Revenant video? No, I hate Revenant. I hate Revenant. Keep Banshee alive with no shields. It's not as hard as it sounds. No, and today, especially with, like, you know, the various things in the game, you don't really need to worry about that these days. You did the very quest before the new war. Customized Drifter to be a girl, but your operator was a guy. Totally messed up your understanding of the new war. Yeah, that could be a little bit confusing. Do syndicate sigils give extra standing? No. The sigils, no. That's the old system you're thinking of, Jester. Revenant's so boring? I personally find him very boring, yeah. You personally run around with a persistence and a bleeding dragon key just to mess with people? That's hilarious. Screw you! Have you ever gotten an email where you're just like, this is so clearly just you attempting to scam someone that I'm just not even gonna, like, part of me wants to respond to the email and just be like, wow, you didn't even try. You just didn't even try. Like this one here, it's like, you just didn't even try. Some very weak, blatant attempts, yeah. You finally got a usable bow ribbon with crit damage and electricity? Ooh. Hey, listen. We still love usable ribbons. We still do love usable ribbons. Ooh, this was a good set.
I appreciate you doing this task for me.
There's one there. There's another there. Okay, I'll let you all grab those candies. Apex score, message me back so we can come up with growth opportunities for you. I'm like, bro, what? Yeah, exactly. I think my favorite is people using, there's this one email domain. Anyone who has a stream stuff knows exactly what I'm talking about. There's this one email domain that's like guaranteed to be just people scams, because it's just like they have no regulations with that email domain for some reason. So I just blocked the whole domain. It's like, reject all emails from this email service. What, the new code? What new code you talking about? Is Warframe safe now? Yeah, it's fine. Inviting is a little bit difficult right now, but if you watch this short here, that will give you some information on how to group up with people if you need to. You lost your plat? You spent it on fashion? That's not lose. You gained fashion. Because did you know that money can be exchanged for goods and services? See? J-Chan gets it. It's an investment. Is the Hildren Deluxe supposed to be a mermaid? Great question. Next question. Fashion makes me want to play a frame more? You know what? And that's the way I look at it too, Phil Freak. Like, I am definitely the type of person who thinks that, like, having good fashion or good cosmetics does, at least in my mind, improve your enjoyment of a video game. So, like, if you like the look of something and you want to do, like, a cool fashion, then you should do it. No money's only use is to gamble, even if it's for more money? No, don't gamble. Unless you're gambling on ribbons, and then that's not money, that's just Cuba. Blade of Lotus, the reason why you picked up Banshee? Yeah, exactly. The Nezha Deluxe skin, when that came out, like, in 2019 or 2018, that's why I started playing Nezha. Because I didn't like Nezha's base, like, appearance, and then that deluxe skin came out and also that rework, and I was like, oh, well, you know, that sounds like my Jimmy Jam. Yo, PK, how you doing? What you up to today? Judgment Day. You gambled Phosphor? Yeah. You're so excited and can't wait to play her through the Incarnate. You load Devary and we'll never touch it again. It's not that bad. I like it. About to go get a haircut? Ooh. Get that drip on. Hell yeah. So, some of the older frames base skins are so ugly. Yeah, exactly. There's old frames, right? Old design. But now they're so much better. Glyph. Special effect wave? Oh, okay, cool. Interesting. I didn't know there was a code out right now. Got base Protea twice? I mean, base Protea getting dispensary. Not bad. Hey, Beef, how you doing? Fortnite banks on you wanting good skin and more. That's why it's free to play. Free to play are what you tend to spend the most money on. You know what? Like, I mainly play only free to plays these days. But the way that I look at it is, okay, you know what? You've done a good job on this game. I'm having fun with it. So you can, you know, I'll toss a coin at my dev. You know what I mean? Like, Warframe? Yeah, sure. I got a discount. I'll toss a coin at them. Arknights, I was really enjoying it, so I bought the battle pass because I was like, you know what? You can have the coin. I'll toss my coin to the dev. And it was like one of those things, back when I was working for Games Workshop, one of my customers gave me a really, really good and interesting, like, way to think about it. I like going to movies. A movie is about $20 for a 2-hour movie. So that's $10 an hour. Right? And the way that I look at it is like, if I'm willing to throw $10 an hour at entertainment, why can't I do that in a video game too? So, you know, if I'm enjoying a game, I'll be like, okay, cool. Yeah, this was worth my $10. Here you go. You can have my $10. This was enjoyable for me. And that's the way I've always looked at it since then. Like, it was this one guy who I who hang out with me, who's one of my customers when I was working at GW, and I was just like, you know what? That's a really good way to think about it. And like, he was like, and he was explaining it obviously in the terms of like spending on Warhammer. So he's like, you know what? Painting this miniature is going to be 7 hours, and then I get to play with it on top of it. How much is this box of Warhammer worth? Oh, this box of Warhammer is like $70. Okay, well, I'm going to spend 7 hours painting it, and I enjoy painting it. And that's like my hobby. So that's worth the $70 because I'm going to get 7 hours worth of enjoyment out of it. And it was just like, that was kind of one of those moments in my life where it's like, oh, you know what? That's really completely valid. It's like, I enjoyed this for 10 hours. This was, if I were to be paying like a $10 an hour, and then we're good, you know? And it's just kind of the way that I've always looked at it ever since then. Due to developments retouch where they reduce the VFX, what do you want about? Feel free. Sorry, I might have missed your earlier message. Protea makes a better son than Vauban, though. Sadly, you can't create it with any frame anymore. I mean, to be fair, protecting people's eyeballs and making sure people with light sensitivities don't get in pain, as someone with light sensitivities, or has previously had light sensitivities, is a good thing. Even if it means that you can't do that one thing. Did I look at your site yesterday? Yes, I did. Why is your gray in the look menu? Oh, look link just broken right now. Hey, Toxic Tiger, how you doing today? So Rodham, to get Tasoma extract, if you go to the Warframe wiki page for Tasoma extract, it'll show you in Duveri where the Tasoma extracts spawn.
There's a heavy unit approaching.
And then you just go to those areas, right? And the important thing about Duveri resource farming is once you have collected your materials, all you need to do is complete one decree, and once you complete that decree, the game saves your inventory. So you can go in, do your farming, complete a decree, and then you know what? That's probably where extract is. Complete a decree, and then oh, I hate this spot. There's like so many weird spaces in here. You know what? I'm gonna pop this here, even though I know that we just popped one over there. There is something around here. Is it that way? No, you're saying it's that way. So what page do you need? Let me see if I can find you the exact page. You said it's Tasoma? So you just go to this page on the wiki. And I'll even pull it up on here because I've got people doing the quest, doing the mission for me. And then down here, you can see this little mini map. And it shows you on all these spots on the map where to sell my extract spawns. Right? So then you just go into the Devary, you can do it solo, and you don't need to do it on Steel Path. So don't worry about that. And you just go in, and there's a decree in Devary that lets you double pickups from plants. That too, yeah. That too. Oh. There's literally just an elevator to nowhere. Understood.
There's the torsion beam device, but they've taken the void key.
Understood. Don't forget to look inside of the void portal squad. Don't forget to look inside of the void portal there. They like to hide the candies in there. Hey, Helper, how you doing today? Hey, Fender, how you doing today? Doing good, leveling Coda weapons while we do the Affinity event? Yes, double Affinity. Who named their companion Phenom? He's your freaking legend.
All your objectives are complete. Proceed to extraction.
Someone's companion's named Phenom. See, it's right there. There. Look at it. You did that? Hell yeah, Rainy. You cannot bring yourself to play Warframe and do the anniversary quests. Well, you got a few more days to do them, so, you know, don't burn yourself out. Okay, it doesn't look like there's any more candies in here. Looks like we're clear. Looks like we're clear. Sorry, I will get caught up on chat there in a second here. Give me a minute. I saw a few people over on the YouTube side saying stuff, so give me a moment here. Arcane Circuit Band's great for Zaku, because to use Grasp of Low, they can't have Overguard and make Zaku even better. Oh yeah, like Zaku is actually like one of the best frames in the game and has been for a long time, but just, you know, the game changes, right? That type of situation. And we got level 4.
Objective complete. The void key and the device are out of commission. The enemy will not be returning anytime soon. All your objectives are complete.
Hey, you guys want to bring the elevator back up by chance? Help. Help. Okay. There we go. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Nothing happened. Didn't see anything. Zephyr wishes, true and real. Now you've taken my bug? No, not my bug. Didn't see anything. There was nothing to see. Nothing to see here, citizen. Nothing to be concerned about. Whee! Why was that elevator stuck? Great question. I don't know. I don't know. You think I know? I just lived there. Okay, let me get caught up on chat here a bit. Lately been using Zaku more and more. Way too good for high level and level cap. Also has great roll dodge. Oh yeah, Zaku's 75% dodge chance on their 4th ability is actually a really incredible survivability mechanic. It's really strong. And then you use that mod alongside with Arcane Circumvent. Yeah, Arcane Circumvent is just like fantastic in general. Especially in a level cap, because the enemies have such high overguard values that you drain a flat 50% of their maximum overguard every time you roll through them. So it's like actually a really massive technically damage improvement. Yeah, I did actually do a Persistence Zaku as well on the channel. It's really fun. But that's using Zaku's augment for, I think it's the 3rd ability, and it's supposed to work with the 4th ability. It currently doesn't work with the 4th ability. Oh, Echo, did you get stuck in the elevator after that? Is that what you meant by steal my bug? Scaling numbers are the best high-level technique ever. Exactly. Yeah, or flat beef, right? Either like level scaling or like flat percentage damage. So that's the reason why Reeve is so strong. On Rhino, you can put Reeve on Rhino so that Reeve will one-shot everything in the game. It's really funny. It's really, really funny.
Check navigation for active invasions.
If you want to see that, here you go. 12 crystals? Yeah, we get a lot of Argons. You can do the same thing with Dagath too. Yeah, but I think that's because of Doom and Viral, though, specifically, right, Levy? Watch stream in the background. Gonna try your hand at Void Armageddon Rotation C. I believe in you. You got this. You don't need luck. You don't need luck. You got this. You're champion. However, you also got this ad break that we got to run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get per ads. If you don't like ads, kind of like me, and you want to support the community, Twitch, otherwise I take. Bye. Tells you to attempt New Year's Eve again. Even though you're not max standing, you don't need to be at max standing manual. You just have to be, I think, liked with all of them or friends. I think that's all it is.
What an interesting place. I appreciate you doing this task for me.
Liked, yeah. So as long as you're at friends with them, then you can continue to do the New Year's stuff. I know that there's one in there, and Echo has already found it. Regards to the tech and topic question, you heard someone say that negative impact Riven is not detrimental if you have impact damage, but you add plus status damage. Thought it was all weighted and didn't raise the damage. Okay, so Chris, I'm gonna answer that once we get out of the ad break because that's actually a really important sort of piece of tech. And I will explain once that's out of that ad break because some other people may have questions there. Merlarina's Sea Snares? Yeah, Merlarina's Sea Snares is actually hilarious. See you in 15 minutes. No worries, Manuel. I believe in you. You got this. Nope, nothing there. Okay, so ad break should be over. So Chris, you're talking about negative impact. So the reason why specifically with negative impact is impact as a status effect is just not that great. It's not important to the game in any way, shape, or form today. Because what it does is increase the likelihood for you to apply the minimum amount for you to be able to do a mercy / finisher kill on an enemy. Which, you know, we don't really do that in this game. So having negative impact on a weapon for a Riven, and depending on what type of weapon it is, can actually be a major bonus to remove impact from the status weighting priority. So it's more to do with the fact that by removing impact, and like reducing impact's damage, which is just generally considered the worst status effect, and thus you don't really care if you have it on your weapon for status priorities, and for just damage output, it doesn't really matter because IPS stuff, but I'll explain that after. So, especially if you're looking to do like a status-based weapon, removing impact is really, really beneficial. Right? It increases the likelihood of you to apply other status effects, more important ones like slash or heat or anything like that. But if the weapon damage is mostly impact, wouldn't the addition of a status create a smaller damaging status due to the negative impact on that? No. So because elements on your weapon work differently with neutral damage sources. So neutral damage is like your standard damage sources, and I can show that once I'm out of this mission. And you can actually see it for yourself if you put on a serration onto a rifle and then put on equivalent IPS mods versus elemental mods. You get more damage out of elemental mods than you do out of impact puncture or status damage. So yes, it'll decrease the overall damage of the weapon by a small amount. It doesn't change the dot damage at all, because the dot damage doesn't play into that, because it's based off of the elements damage and the neutral damage that you're adding into that element damage, right? If that makes sense. Hopefully that makes some sense to somebody. IPs mods multiply IPS after base damage has been calculated, so they don't change the status at all. Exactly. Well, status damage is also completely, like, dot damage doesn't take in that information, right? It doesn't take in the impact into it. So, like, if you're going with heat, for instance, heat is the heat mod, any factional multipliers, and base damage that you add onto the weapon. So heat will get applied by those, like, get affected by those, but won't get affected by the actual base damage on the weapon, like the base impact on the weapon. And ultimately, it's also more about weighting your status effects towards, you know, the important status effects, because impact is just not an important status effect these days. You gotta go, Funny Goblin. No worries. Hope you take care. Hope you have a good rest of your weekend. So, and like, the way IPS mods don't affect your damage is the same way as minus IPS won't affect your elemental damage, precisely. I'm probably not explaining this very well, because my brain don't work good sometimes. So let's just pull up the wiki, and we can show you on the math. So modded base damage equals base damage plus base damage bonus plus factional damage bonuses, right? So the heat proc damage per tick is modded base damage, right? Plus heat damage bonus plus factional damage bonus plus status damage bonuses, and then additional multipliers. So it does play into it a very small amount, but because of how everything else works, it's not as important to remove that relatively small amount of impact from your weapon. Right? Because typically for heat, you're going for this. You're going for the dots. Why is that? Oh, there we go. So these here, right? That's kind of the information. So the multiplicative makes it where the base damage is less impactful, precisely. Like, as you start adding in more stuff, right? Because the base damage is like just a small portion of it, and then you have like a whole bunch of extra multipliers and stuff here. Short about status waiting before the stream? Yeah, that's today's short. It is. Phantasm is base damage 5, minus 100%, doesn't change the 15 base damage, but does remove the impact off the weapon. It does actually, if I remember right, it does change it. I actually don't remember if I have any ribbons with minus of a status. I don't think I do, to be able to just confirm what you're saying / show it on screen. Minus zoom on an angstrom? Say angstrom? Oh yeah, the pistol. Do I have any minus IPS ribbons here? Do I have any minus IPS ribbons, just so that we can show what Evan's saying there in game a little bit better here? Ah, here we are. Catch moon. Oh, the catch moon doesn't come baseline with /, does it? Catch moon. I don't think the catch moon comes baseline with /. No, it does not. Okay, so the catch moon doesn't work. A, B, C. Do I have any ribbons with this, just so that we can show it off? It's always better to show when we're able to, right? How do I not have any ribbons with minus a physical damage type? Galantine? Galantine's got /. Galantine's got /. Galantine's got /. If it doesn't have /, I'm gonna be really confused. Okay, good, it has /. So we go here to the just completely base build here, right? We grab our ribbon and we maximize it. Oh, but this has base damage improvement. No! But as you can see here, right? We minus down the / by such a high amount. that it does affect the overall base damage, right? But typically speaking, you know, slash is the stat you don't want on here. Like if you had minus impact, it would not be impacting this all that much. Just run the 120 slash mod. No, we don't want to run the 120 slash mod. We're trying to show the other thing here. So while it does, anyway, long story short, while it does decrease the likelihood, like the base damage, like the overall damage of the weapon, the more important thing is the status weighting and the status priorities, right? Long story short. Let's see if we can find one that's less bad. Just for the fun of it. Man, I've got so many ribbons, but how do none of them have, like, minus something that's useful? Magistar! Oh, the Magistar's all impact, isn't it? The Magistar's all impact, ain't it? Yeah, the Magistar's also all impact. Oh. How do I not have any here? How do I not have anything here? Wait, that's perfection? That's perfect then? Yeah, but I'm trying to show, like, a non-main stat here, right? I'm trying to find a non-main stat here. I don't think my Plink's Ribbon has a... Plinks? Did the Plinks have minus impact? No, it's plus impact. Eh. 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 Meh. Eh. How do I not? How is this a thing? Ah, Tatsu. There we go. Tatsu. There we go. Tatsu. That thing has got to have not good impact. This has gone down a whole entire train. Wow, that's actually a really nice ribbon for the Tatsu. Huh. Huh. So going back over here. So, right, we'll go like this. We'll go back in here. So obviously our base damage is going to be changing because we've got electricity on here, and electricity will change the overall total damage of the weapon. But what this has done, so we take a look at this. What's the electric on here? ELE. There we go. Holy crap. Okay, so we go into here. Damn it. So we go into here, right? We can see that electricity is 14% and impact is 1.2, right? We then put on this. It's about the same amount. The impact is now reduced, so then we have less chances of applying impact, which means that our weighting is going towards the statuses that we actually care about, right? So we're removing or reducing the impact because your status weighting is based off of the amount of damage you have on here, right? So if we want to increase our slash chance, we throw on a slash mod, and then we can see here that our slash chance went up to 9.3 from 5.1, right? So it's less about this number here and more about this number here, typically speaking with these, right? When you have minus impact or minus a IPS, so impact, puncture, slash, it's because of this stuff here. Yeah, it's a really good Tatsu ribbon. I didn't even realize. What's the other top one? Combination? This one's much better. Holy crap, I didn't realize I had such a good Tatsu ribbon. Hell yeah. Oh, would you look at that? I got a halfway decent Tatsu ribbon. Sheesh. So yeah. Take a model as Galantine, apply slash, does X damage per tick, but if you throw on the plus, it'll still do X damage per tick. I think slash is a little bit different, but I don't think that's right. Status damage bonus, modded base damage. Okay, yeah, that's for slash specifically, it's a little bit different. Notice that modded base damage calculation used for the dot is the same as normal damage calculations, ignoring physical and elemental damage bonuses like buzzkill. Slash is specifically different. If that's what you were meaning, Evan. So slash is specifically different, whereas like heat, electricity, toxin, you know, we saw it on heat, so we'll pull up electricity. See? Modded base damage, electricity bonus damage. It plays in. That's not what you meant? Well, then what did you mean? Let me pull up what you said. Formula for the dot damage will not account for changes in damage from the IPS mods in any way. Yeah, that's what I was saying with this stuff here. Right? That's what I was meaning. Did I misspeak earlier what I was talking about? Because it's your base damage of the weapon plus these numbers. This is your final total damage, not necessarily your base damage. That's what I was trying to convey. Did I mess up when I was trying to explain that? It's totally reasonable that I messed up. My brain is not functioning right now. You think I hung up on the uses of base damage? Yeah, I think I probably misunderstood, and we're gonna call this a me problem, Evan. We're gonna call this a me problem. How about that? I think I screwed up. And if it wasn't me screwing up, congratulations. I will take the blame for screwing up. Not that there's any blame to be had here. So it's the base damage of the weapon plus base damage bonuses. So base damage bonuses is like Serration, factional damage bonuses. Most humble? Definitely not. Ken's the most humble. The articulations of words conveyed to an idea of which projects was attempted to be understood. Precisely. I mean, like, to be fair, there's so much random math in Warframe, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm not the greatest at math. I leave the math to the smart people like Ken and Igni and, you know, Kai and Flo and all those people. I'm not good at math. I'm good at taking information and turning it into something. I'm a data compiler. That's me. They're a data finder, I'm a data compiler. I walk on the shoulders of giants. I fully admit it. I know what I'm about. And it is not being the data person. Okay, Wacko Jester, let's take a look at your temple here. Hey, Mask, how you doing? Communication aside, you're grateful for you being patient. No, listen, I try to be as patient as I can with everybody. Some days I'm not good at it because I'm a human and I screw up. But typically speaking, I do the best I can. Okay, so looking at your temple here, Jester, when will you need faction damage mods, mods with faction damage? Honestly, Jester, you don't. Ever. It's like, for optimal damage, they're really useful. You don't need them. I don't use them. I use them in like one case, and it's my dual Torxica. That's it. I don't use them at any other time. I just don't use them. Persistence Temple actually should work with Ripper's Wail. Yeah, should work. Hey, Alfred. How you doing today? So Wacko Jester, taking a look at your temple build here. More strength. I would definitely say more strength on here. So you can mod Lizzie. Lizzie counts as an ability for them. So you can mod Lizzie with electricity, so then that will activate Archon Stretch, and because Lizzie isn't Exalted Solo / Lizzie is not a channeled ability, it drains your metronome meter. So you don't actually need to be too worried about efficiency. Also, if you land the abilities on the backbeats, it grants you efficiency on the ability as a part of their passive. So I would probably drop Energy Nexus into Mars Hatred for more strength, and yeah, that's about it. Just more strength. Temple's very much a high strength frame because Ripper's Wail will give you a bunch of heat damage for you and your squad, and it scales off of strength. And then landing the abilities on the backbeat timer will also increase that heat damage of Ripper's Wail, which you can see there in the description of Overdrive, as well as for Pyrotechnics. So I would say look at getting yourself some high strength on here, like replacing these with more strength mods, depending on which one you want to use. Now, Temple's not a very high health frame, right? As you can see here with almost a max rank Archon Vitality, you're not even getting to 1,000 health, right? So what I would recommend instead, the two arcanes that I like to run on Temple is Arcane Impetus, because Arcane Impetus will take in the elements that you put onto Exalted Soul because it's an ability. Wasn't sure if Lizzie was a part of the strength or not. Yeah, so the strength does increase Lizzie's damage. And the way that you can always tell if strength is affecting an exalted weapon. Right, so we go to temple here. We go to here. We go to here. And so Lizzie right now has 106 heat. And as long as I'm not crazy, we put that on. We go here. 214. 211. Right? This is a really easy way to tell if strength affects an exalted weapon or not. Take out, like, go to a config with no mods. Take a look at the weapon. Take a look at the weapon after putting strength on the frame. And there you go. So actually on my temple, I use Arcane Impetus and Molt Augmented for my arcanes. So I would say on your build, some more strength would do you really, really well. But you're going in the right direction. And Hotshot's really, really good on them. Obviously, Lizzie's very much a crit-based weapon. So, all of their abilities deal heat damage. So, well, these two abilities deal heat damage. Yeah, so Arcane Hotshot will be getting ramped up pretty quickly, and then also plays well into Lizzie's extra crit stuff there. So you can build a third faster? Yeah, that makes sense. If you have access to it, Jester, oh, sorry, ad break. If you're not in the ad break, if you have access to it, you can put electricity onto your companion or onto electric solo, and then put on Arc on stretch for extra energy. Super buck shot. Oh god, that felt gross. That was gross for everybody. It was gross for all of us. Fantastic, actually. Minecraft Dungeons 2 just got announced, and the first game in is your favorite game of all time. I never actually got into Minecraft Dungeons at all. I never really got into Minecraft Dungeons. Although, like, when I'm playing Minecraft, I'm just hanging out with my friends and we're just building stupid things. I'm usually working on economy things with employees, aka villagers. Employees. My favorite frame not named Nezha? Is it Haro? Put on a bunch of strength on temple and watch things burn? Yeah, basically. Yeah. And then you can put Arc on Stretch on. Arc on Stretch can be activated by a companion's ability. And if you need more information, Arc on Stretch is right there. Yo, Shanks, how's it going? So you don't necessarily need Energy Nexus here. Right? Still lurking with 100,000 points? Hell yeah. Remedium, Gloom, or Golden Instinct on temple for persistence? None. Ripper's Wail heals you. Just reactivate Ripper's Wail. For Hideous Resistance. Yeah, I mean, Hideous Resistance would be... Yeah, because this doesn't make them status immunity. Yeah, I would say Hideous Resistance, or another status immunity function of some variety. Let's take a look at your Lizzie. Okay, yeah, you're not going the wrong direction here. I would say get some critical damage, right? Lizzie very much is a crit chance weapon, so I would definitely say get some critical damage on here. Take off Hatred and Nexus, and that's it. And then switch out Stretch for Arc on Stretch, so that you get that little bit of free energy. And then... just, you know, some strength mods if you got them, and then you're good to go, Jester. So Galvanize Aptitude would go really well on here. It's not super necessary, but it would be nice, and also some critical damage. Like, I would drop Continuous Misery here for some critical damage because you're out of mod capacity here. Also, it's a beam weapon, so Firestorm doesn't do anything here. So I would take off these two here. Sinister Reach can be put into your Exilus slot here, so you can move that over. And Galvanized Shot, or Galvanized Aptitude, sorry. and some critical damage, and then move that over there, and then you get some another element on here. Is what I would do. Also, your temple looks super rad, actually. And if you want to see my temple build, including Lizzie, there's a short there for you. Actually, I really like that. It looks so super cool. Yes! Quanta Vandal, getting ready for the Tenant Quanta, are we? With its 35% crit chance? I think it's gonna be wild. Critical chance and damage? Yeah, certainly not bad. You know, just replaces a Serration. Crux aptitude for more base damage, vigilante armaments. Yeah, it's kind of tempting to put vigilante armaments because it's a continuous fire weapon, so it gets multiplicative damage and status chance out of it, which is kind of nice. Crux, just for the extra status chance and ammo efficiency. Maybe punch through? Like, you know me, I'm addicted to shred. Right? Like, I would replace this with shred. For the fire rate and punch through. But, like, I get why you're doing that. I think that's the same build. No, this isn't the same build. What changed here? Oh, more crit chance. I do like this more crit chance. I do like this more crit chance. Hi, Milo. I mean, at this point, I would replace this with shred. I think this is the better build overall, but I would still replace this with shred. You know, punch through, hit more enemies, especially with electricity damage. It's really nice. And the fire rate also, obviously. For your Saturn 9, I did take a look at this yesterday, but we'll take another look at it. The only thing that I was saying here was I would probably go for rolling guard rather than adaptation. And I feel like you don't need this much duration on site because evade's base duration on site is pretty decent. So I would probably drop this, and I would probably get like a rolling guard because your main survivability was messed through is invisibility more than anything else. But I understand why you're going with adaptation because you got Archon Vitality here, because you got heat on your neuralizer. So then evade heals you, and then adaptation plays into that. So like I get where you're going with that thought process. The only thing I would say here is I don't necessarily agree with the augur message, but I also do get with where you're going with that to increase evade's duration. Like, I would personally replace this with more strength, but it's not like that's super necessary. You know what I mean? For your neuralizer, yeah, augur secrets. That's what I would do. That's what, like, personally, that's what I would do. But, like, again, 6 of one, half dozen another at that point. I assume what you're doing is you're feeding heat into the neuralizer with the resupply. And that's why you have Archon Vitality on there. And then you're activating Frostbite with the guaranteed cold procs from the alt fire. So then that gives you the extra multi-shot and critical damage. And you just need to activate that once every 12 seconds. So it's not that big of a deal. Yeah, nothing to say. This looks good. Yeah. I mean, you could go into the acuity tech because you already wanted to land those headshots, but also multi-shot on a ricochet weapon is always fun. You know? You're building the God for Crime. You'd love red crits for it. So the God for Prime is actually really, really cool. Because of its unique trait gives you red crits. So if you want some more information on the God for Prime, you actually don't mod for crit chance at all, Milo. Or Milo, or however you pronounce your name. You don't mod for crit chance at all on the Godfa. You mod for multi-shot and status chance. Because of its unique trait. Because when you deal a status effect, it has a chance to make your next hit a red crit. So modding for multi-shot, modding for punch through, and then like you don't mod for crit chance, but you mod for critical damage, right? So if you want to take a look at my short there, I just pinned it, I just posted it in the YouTube chat there. So you can check it out there. Yeah, crit damage, like I was saying there, radioactive. YouTube has a little bit of a stream delay, so that might be why. Active Dojo, I mean, Souls, you can come join mine if you want to. Is it good with Arcane Avenger? I mean, yeah, it's not bad. You probably don't need Arcane Avenger, right? Because you're playing more around the status side of things because of its unique trait, so you don't necessarily need Avenger. Will it work with Avenger? Absolutely. Is it necessary? Nah, not really. Yeah, Souls, if you want to shoot me a private message in game, just send me a private message saying clan invite, please. And I'd be happy to have you in my clan. I don't know how active everybody is in the clan, and it's there for like people to just pick up blueprints and whatnot, but you're absolutely welcome to. Manuel, welcome back. Perfect timing. I'm taking a look at your stuff. Your Revenant looks really, really cool, actually. You did say that this is white and not gray, so that's probably why this is looking a little bit weird, but actually, you know what? I kind of like it with the gray. I actually really, really like it with the gray. You're active on it? Yeah, we got like a decent community, like in the dojo, but it's just more of like a safe haven for people. You know, for if you need blueprints and anything like that, just a safe haven. Dual Cameras Prime. So the Dual Cameras Prime has only 50% follow through, so I don't know if I would go into reach here, personally. It is very much a crit stats hybrid with certainly leaning more towards crit. Mar says I look like an escaped convict. Who? It's the orange? May, why are you saying I look like an escaped conflict? But with clan updates, want to become more active? Yeah, probably. Hopefully, at least. We might have to actually appoint some officers for the dojo. Some more crit instead of reach? Yeah, that's probably what I would do. Like Blood Rush. Galvanized Steel, Blood Rush. Condition Overload. Or Prime Pressure Point. And Prime Pressure Point's on borrow right now, so you should pick it up if you don't have it. Galv Aptitude for Lizzie, yes. And the reason why is when you aim down sights with Lizzie and then press 1, 2, 3, or 4, Lizzie will spit out a bunch of different elements at people. So then you can do that little combination there. Prison Orange, but it's the TennoCon shirt. Look, it says TennoCon. Look, it's TennoCon 2025. It was my first TennoCon as a creator. Daikyu. Okay, so there's a corrupted mod that gives you 90% fire rate, vial acceleration. Run that instead of this one. Just more fire rate means that you can shoot it faster. You certainly don't need ammo drum here. Its base ammo is really high, so you don't need ammo drum here at all. Same with ammo mutation, you don't need either of these. The Daikyu has an amalgam mod that gives it bonus critical, bonus headshot multiplier. I would highly recommend that. And I would play around the crit side here. So I'd look at getting, instead of these two mods here, some crit chance. This is very, very much a crit damage weapon. Very, very, very much so. And instead of Crux, Deadhead, because of that, that Daikyu amalgam mod. Okay, Destroya, what you got? Frost Prime? Ooh. Need some orange juice now? Man, I want orange juice. I guess I'll just have to have my peach oolong tea from Advanced GG. But you can use code Zenosfire. Now. At Advanced GG. Or code Zenos. Like right there. See how it says code Zenos? You can use that and get 10% off your order. And help support the community. At advancedgg.com. Or no, advanced.gg. Crap! Crap, I'm real bad at this! No. That looks really good. Apparently they've got a Dippin' Dots flavor coming. And like, I really want to try that. I was good at this to begin with. Mods. Mod that mod. How dare you call me out for my incompetencies that are clear and obvious. You dick. Oh. Don't mind me. Ooh, this is Fenrir. Holy crap. That's... Yo, Fenrir. This is the best looking Kaya I've ever seen. That's actually legit as hell. That's so good looking. Happy March 21? Is March 21 something important? Where's the time gone? Yeah, I don't know. 2020 has been a crazy year. Ever since the plague started, I've just like completely lost all concept of time. It's all concept of time is gone. You have some unfortunate news. Oh, what did you do, Icicle? It's 29.99. Not again. Oh man, that's how much my pizza cost last night. As the end of March, you swear Christmas was last week? Yeah, I know. Arcane Circumvent, Mace's Waltz, fantastic combination for the survivabilities. Arcane Hotshot, I assume you have heat on your pistols. Blah, 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 blah. You could drop Streamline for more duration. And the reason why, hey Legend, how you doing today? Channeled abilities are get their energy drain per second reduced by both duration and efficiency. So I would actually go into harder into duration on here, like even narrow-minded. And the reason why is because you got a bunch of buffs here. Right? Buff, duration, buff, duration, buff, duration. So I'd say get some more duration on here. I would remove Streamline for it. Otherwise, everything else here looks fine. Okay. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Precision Intensify, but you're perfectly fine using it. Like, for me, I always like putting more strength into these buffs than running Precision Intensify, but like Precision Intensify does work really well here. I had mail-ordered nuts. Which, outside of the context of the fact that I mail-ordered snacks to myself, it sounds a little strange. I'm gonna mail-order my nuts to you. Help, I'm losing my mind. Iron? They're actually your nuts after that comment you made. Now you no longer have any. And if you didn't have them before, you were given them and then immediately removed them. Which wouldn't affect you in any way. Okay. Daveson. Doesn't he? Merciless Gunfight doesn't really do much here. Selling... Your local sweet shop has started selling Fox Glacial Mints again? Oh, that sounds delicious. Hope they are these nuts? No, my nuts are over there. They're not here. Sorry, let me finish chewing on my granola bar and washing it down with some delicious Advanced GG. Chill. And Legend, thank you for the follow. And thank you for loving my YouTube stuff. I hope you keep enjoying them. Mace's guns are not technically guns. And I didn't know this either. To be fair. Punch through doesn't work on Mace's regulators because it's not a bullet. It's magically makes damage appear in the body of the enemy. She doesn't shoot bullets. She just makes damage happen. That's how it's coded. It's really stupid. So punch through doesn't do anything on Mesa. It's really dumb. It's really dumb. Doesn't make any sense. But it is the thing. So it's magic missile without the missile, precisely. They're gun shaped, gun sounding, and taste like gun. Hold on. Basically a laser that can't pierce. Yeah, basically. So Merciless Gunfight actually doesn't give you anything. What you could do instead is magnetic might, right? Another status effect. And then damage, right? And then critical damage on there. Or because you're only relying on Cascade of Flare here, you may want to get Galvanized Shot on here. Firewalker be a good with either Temple or Uriel. Nah, not really. On Uriel, it does give you parkour velocity. It does give you parkour velocity. But while you're flying around, it doesn't get that extra heat damage with the flying. I tried it out using like one of the other ones, not Firewalker, the electric one, and the flying around. The flying around doesn't function. Mentioned about you guys getting into the Descendia defense bug. Yeah, we got just like it just didn't start the defense. We just had to restart. For some reason, just didn't start the defense. Galv aptitude on a pistol? Do you mean galvanized shot? Yeah, I would put galvanized shot here instead of this. That's what I was saying. Yeah. Because galvanized shot, the reason, like, galvanized shot is a little bit different than the other ones because galvanized shot actually gives you 120% damage rather than 80% damage per status effect. Like the shotgun one, galvanized savvy, and the rifle one, galvanized aptitude, are 80% damage, whereas on pistols it's 120% damage. So, you know, even though you're not going to be applying a ton variety of status effects, actually you got viral as well because you got nourish. I definitely would replace this with galvanized shot. And the other thing is on your Mesa is you could also run like maybe instead of a hot shot, you might want to go more fire rate or just run the Furix amalgam mod, which gives you secondary fire rate, which does work on Mesa's regulators. Here's the investment. Peak investment. Everybody, this right here, stonks or not? I think this is stonks. I think this is stonks. Definite stonks. Straight moon. All the way up there. This is definitely the Dow at over 50,000. And on that bombshell, here's an ad break. That was so bad, I know. Listen, when they just leave the joke open like that, sometimes you just have to take it, you know? Sometimes you just have to. On that bombshell, here's an ad break. Yeah. Oh, for sure, become a joke in your friend group. Yeah, it's the same with, how is this going to affect the trout population? That's essentially all it is. It's now just turned into how is this going to affect the Dow Jones? Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. What time is it? Thanks. Thanks. You want to read them? Where are you? Max. Giving him his crunchies. Yum 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 yum. Yum 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 yum. Yum 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 yum. Okay, Blue, what you got? Temple. I don't know if that got picked up on the microphone, but if it did, that's hilarious. Health conversion. Okay, so you're gonna be over 1500 armor, which is tasty. You got persistence with hideous resistance with so much strength, so you don't have any problems. Arcane blessing just to boost up your health value some more, using Ripper's Wail for the extra healing and then extra damage, obviously, of course. Yeah, this all looks good to me. Huh. You just make sure you have viral on everything. I actually don't really use viral all that much anymore, but that's largely because I offload viral to a companion, right? I just run my Panzer. It does a good enough job. Yeah. Double checked the... Apparently a way to unlock it early for inscription. No need to play through the whole campaign if you don't want to. Okay, I'll think about it still. Yeah. Seal charge because you don't have an Umbra Forma? Yeah, it's fine. I figured that was the reason. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, nothing really to say here. I mean, you probably could. This is gonna sound stupid. And it would require you to, like, put on a bunch more Umbra Forma. Oh no. You've given me a stupid idea. Hop. 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 I mean... Blue. Hear me out. Hear me out. Blue, hear me out. Look at that. Not pretty funny. Triple Umbra gets you above it because then throws a fish. Oh, what kind of fish? Better be a salmon. I am a bear. You don't have 3 Umbral Formas? You don't got 1 Umbral Forma? Okay, well, maybe you save a few Umbral Formas here. A 500-pound bluefin tuna? What the hell? I'm pretty sure threatening to kill someone on Twitch is a TOS, is against TOS. Alton. I'm gonna need you to say in parentheses in-game. You don't use Umbral Forma on non-primes? I use Umbral Forma if it's a new non-prime. Yeah. In Minecraft Realism mod? Oh, we got that DLSS 5? In Minecraft? Fucking NVIDIA, what a stupid idea. Who came up with that? You know what, like... Sorry, I gotta go on a tangent. Don't mind me. Have you ever wondered if, like, these companies actually just sit down and think, who's this product for? Because it's very clear NVIDIA didn't. Who's this product for? Two 5090s, $9,000 worth of graphics cards to do AI slop garbage to a beautiful art piece in a video game. That's pissing off the clients, being the customers who you're trying to sell DLSS 5 to, and pissing off the developers who you're also trying to sell DLSS 5 to. So who is this for? Did no one ask, who are we selling this to? No one? Okay, good. I understand. Zenos ends up going on a rant. Well, it's because you just hit me in the head with a 500-pound bluefin tuna. Now I'm concussed. So, I mean, yeah. My persistence Corvax? Right there. Anyway, yeah, you could technically run a persistence temple with triple umbrals. That's what we learned today. Because you only need 700 armor and then like a status immunity thing, and then you're good to go. Damn it. Now I have to do a persistence temple. Now I have to do a persistence temple. No, man. You didn't know? You really didn't know you had one built? Listen. I've got weird stuff hiding in my shorts. Help with your Torrid build. It's Torrid, all right. Got my aptitude instead of vigilante armaments, maybe. I would mod probably not for viral electricity. Oh, I like it with blast and corrosive. Which you can easily do here because you just swap this out for a heat. And then it goes blast and corrosive because it has native toxin. And that toxin will combo up with the electricity here on the end to go blast corrosive. And the reason why blast is so good on the Torrid is when you fire its main firing mode, the lingering AoE cloud will, the blast ticks from that lingering AoE cloud will actually activate the Incarnon form. So it'll just constantly give you the extra Incarnon, and then when you go into the Incarnon form, chain beams love blast. Because, you know, the enemies are within 5 meters to chain, so then they end up doing the blast damage, and then corrosive makes those blast damage do more damage because blast gets reduced by armor. Right? What's the oldest one you've done? Probably the one at the top. You know what, Rainy? You know what you should do is click every single one, watch them all to the completion, then check the description of the video to see how old they are. Yeah, and make sure you hit like on all of them too. Yeah, and comment on all of them too. Yeah. Self-shell? Yes. Accurate. Yeah, so for your Torrid build, I would replace this with heat. And I would replace this with Galvanized Aptitude. That's about it. Yeah, there's nothing, like, the Torrid is pretty well figured out. If you're looking for, like, another good Torrid build, if you're looking for another good Torrid build, Ninjase on Overframe. They're super trustworthy when it comes to that. Who are you? Exotic Tiger. Gauss. Zada's over the 3. Aegis. You doing the catalyzing shield stuff? No, okay, so you're just laning on Aegis plus fast deflection plus Brief Respite, which you can spam either Thermal Sunder or anything else to get your shield gating going. Multi-augmented for more power strength, probably both for this as well as thermal transfer. Equilibrium for your energy generation, Archon flow. You got the mod capacity. You could put on Archon stretch and just let your companions give you back free energy as well. Just as a point. Yeah, that looks good. Yeah. Typically speaking, people with Gauss go into like high duration and high strength, but this is a little bit of range on here just to make thermal sunder a little bit better. You know, I get it. I get it. Strun, my favorite shotgun in the game. And what you got on here? Viral heat. Oh, that's gross. Multi-shot, critical damage. Excuse me. Multi-shot, critical damage, a movie, and damage. Super nice, yeah. Yeah, looks good to me. Nothing to say here. Yeah, nothing to say. Looks good. I prefer running Galvanized Aptitude on here instead of Elementalist, but I understand why you're going Elementalist, just to boost up your heat damage more. New Duration Arcane, Concentration is what you're thinking of. You don't have prime mods for your Furus. Okay. Okay, I wouldn't run cold on the Furus. I actually really like running electric on the Furus because the Furus Incarnate has a evolution that gives you extra multi-shot when you have electricity on it. So I actually like running electricity on here, which then also allows you to go into the prime mod later on. You are going for a crit saz hybrid here because with secondary enervate fueling your critical chance, which is a super great choice. It is a continuous fire weapon in its incarnate form, so multi-shot will give you multiplicative damage and status chance, which is super nice. So the only thing I would do is I would probably just switch these two around. Oh, but you need heat on here because the incarnate form has heat. So you would want to have heat on here, so maybe go blast. So replace pathogen rounds with heated charge / primed heated charge, and then move convulsion over here. Like switch these spots. And do like blast electric. That's what I run on mine. Because in the incarnate forms, heat will get dragged into the blast, and then you have electric for activating if you want to do that incarnate evolution for the extra multi-shot. And if you want to see what my build for the Furus looks like, just sort of for reference, do you know you need to spell a word right for the bot to find it? There you go. Build for the Vinquibus. Vinquibus. There you go. Something wrong with trading? Yes. This short here. Watch that short there. Souls. Also, why is IQ a crossbow? That's just a visual glitch. It's not a crossbow. Yeah, Black Shadow, you're going in the right direction. Certainly, like, not a major problems there at all. Melee damage, critical chance on slide attack, attack speed. I mean, the critical chance on slide attack doesn't really matter. The melee damage and attack speed's really nice, though. Because, well, I mean, the melee damage doesn't really matter. The attack speed's nice. Like, this is just replacing attack speed mod and then giving you a little bit of extra. Like, that's the way I would look at this one. Could you roll something better? Absolutely. You know? Dual Kara's better. Looks better to me. Obviously, get this maxed out when you can. You probably need to feed some forma at this thing. But yeah, it looks better to me. No. Don't beg in my stream. Goodbye. Well, goodbye to that message. No begging in my stream. Thank you. Axigar Prime. Now, this one, I would highly recommend more punch through. So, like, I would switch out this for Merciless Gunfight here. Lethal Torrent instead of this one for the extra multi-shot, because multi-shot's good. Yeah, that's about it. I mean, it would be nice to get Galvanized Shot on here. Like, you could replace Hornet Strike with Galvanized Shot. You're asking nicely, but okay. Yeah, that's nice. No begging in my stream. Generally speaking, begging for things is not, you know, something that people enjoy in their Twitch chats. Even if you're saying it nicely. But you're welcome to hang out if you want to, but please no begging. You got bad news? Uh-oh. Altison, Carmen Raider, something, something. And then if you say yes to one, then you have to say yes to all. Precisely, that's why. Yep. It's not that someone hacked the game. They just hacked, like, the invite server, so it's not, like, all that anything. It's just, like, annoying more than anything else. It's not the right polarity. Yeah, but you can move stuff around. You do not have tartar sauce for your fish sandwiches? I can't help you. I'm sorry. You're gonna have to go to the store. Make sure you find some milk, too, on your way back. Merciless for the extra damage. You doing Blast Electric? Yeah, this is how I like to play it, too. I mean, I would replace Jolt with Prime Convulsion for the extra stuff, but, you know. What do you got on here? Multi-shot, magazine capacity, critical chance. Ooh, that's tasty. Ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Where can you get that? It was a Nightwave mod. I don't know if it's back into the Nightwave store yet. Hopefully it'll be back in the Nightwave store soon. Soon. Lethal Torrent is from Lethal Torrent is from Nightmare Missions. Did Twitch remove the chat rules? There you go. Yeah. See? No self-promotion, no begging. It's literally right there. You had to look at this in order to chat in my chat. It's right there. See? Consistency. Is it bad that you put tartar sauce and chipotle sauce on your fish? Guess you pop over here keeping on things? Oh, Olsen, you don't need to do that. It's all good. I forgot, actually, that you were a mod still over there. Yo, Zos, how you doing? Hey, are there any primary weapons that work with Hydroid tend to be forgotten in the Warframe community? I mean, Hydroid's incredible. I love Hydroid. Honestly, any good status-based primary on Hydroid, like, just honestly, any good weapon on Hydroid. He's very much a a weapon platform frame. The health tank Hydroid there is my favorite right now. Dalius. Can you please gift a sub? You're begging? Okay, well, you can gift a sub if you want to. I suppose. I can't stop you. I can't stop you. Don't feel like you have to do that, Sleepy. This is a bit. You don't have to do that. This is a bit. But yeah, what about 5 gifted subs? I don't know. Rue's not here to shill for me today. Don't use a brain. Try Ticket Master Scalpers and you're hyped. Yeah, I heard about that. Maybe that'll actually happen. That is something I'm pretty happy about. Whoa, Sleepy, I was joking about the bit, Sleepy. Thank you very much, Sleepy, for the 5 gifted subs. Super appreciate you. And Dalius Games, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate you too. But yeah, Hydroid is just like a, if you got gifted a sub from Sleepy, by the way, please make sure to say thank you because that is the right thing to do. And again, Sleepy, thank you very much for helping support the community. Super appreciate you. You should know by now. I know, it's true. How big of a glow up Hydroid got with his rework? Went from being a little puddle of water with nothing interesting, being a speedy powerhouse. Yeah, Hydroid's crazy right now, actually. I really like it. Blue! Blue, thanks for becoming a member over on YouTube. Appreciate you. Not necessary, but super kind of you. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, Hydroid's crazy, dude. I should play some Hydroid today. We've just been yapping for like the past 40 minutes. Like, no, an hour and 40 minutes. What the hell? It's not like someone's gonna claim one of the bounties. It's true. The 100 gifted sub bounty bombs are still there. Do it become the super soaker? It's true. Hydroid is great. Drink all your enemies? Wait a second, what? Oh? Whose Prism Gorgon is this? Fenrir! I don't think we took a look at your temple here, Fenrir. Yeah, so this is actually how I like to play temple with like super low duration. Because Ripper's Whale just constantly gets rebuffed up by like recasting these, so. Persistent Blessing, bunch of things. How are you getting your... Oh, these numbers are probably not showing properly, right? Do you have over 700 armor here? For persistence? The other thing that you might want to look at is some form of status immunity, right? Like I would probably drop Overdrive or Pyrotechnics, one of these two. If you're playing more weapon platform, I would drop Pyrotechnics and then like something to give you a status immunity. Yeah, so I was talking about that a little bit there. Dalius, honestly, any good weapon is good on Hydroid. Hydroid is a fantastic weapon platform frame, so literally any good weapon on him is good. Like if it's a good weapon on another weapon platform, it'll also be a good weapon on him. So like, hey DK, how you doing? I would say like any Incarnate primary will do really well. Any of the Tenants or Kodas or Kuva weapons will do well because he just gives your weapons a huge amount of bonus damage, like 2,000% extra corrosive damage at some points. It's crazy. So yeah, and any weapon that's a primary weapon that's already good will be good on Hydroid because Hydroid's just a very strong weapon platform frame. And if you'd like to see how I like to play Hydroid, there's two builds there for you, Dalius, that you can check out. But yeah, anything that's a good, strong weapon in the game will be good on Hydroid. Because he just kind of just makes weapons better. That's kind of his shtick. You know, viral Tempest, giving viral corrosive armor strip, giving your weapons corrosive damage with plunder, rousing plunder. So yeah, anything that's a strong weapon platform will be anything that's good on any other weapon platform will also be good on Hydroid. Is what I'm trying to say. Also, everybody should play more Hydroid. Hydroid's really good. Yeah. Nourish for the augment for stats and a damage boost. On here? You mean Fenrir? Or do you mean on Hydroid? On here, I probably wouldn't do Nourish. I would probably say if you want to play into Persistence, I would say some form of status immunity is what you're looking for. So, Spellbind, Hades Resistance, both of those, very good options. Okay, I do have to run an ad break here, everybody. We'll finish taking a look at Temple here. Yo! Burning Boar Prime with a Blast Debilitate? Yeah, that's a fantastic combination. Keep in mind that, though, with Plunder, because it does give you extra damage, but it doesn't give you status chance. Well, go watch that short from today. And when I mention Nourish and Viral, just translate that to Plunder and Corrosive. And watch the short in the pinned comment. And that'll have all the information that you need of what I'm trying to explain to you. It's to do with status weighting stuff. Your blast isn't going to be doing much, maybe. That's a long story short. Anyway, this temple looks hot. Prismatic Organ, Fire Rate, Multi-Shot, tasty. Crux for the extra ammo efficiency. I get that signed Anna? What one? I mean... Fenrir, I got bad news for you. You probably want to keep rolling this. Why isn't the sign on changing the conflict link? It's a known bug right now with it. You probably want to keep rolling this. Probably looking for like crit chance, crit damage multi-shot. But this is really tasty. So like maybe you don't want to keep rolling this because fire rate's really good on here and multi-shot's really good. And you got Crux to help with your ammo economy, so your minus magazine capacity isn't as impactful. I would say for your last thing here, like another element or galvanize aptitude. Yeah, it doesn't work on the AoE for the incarnate form, but more damage, right? For your direct hits. Okay, now we're gonna quickly run an ad break where I have to go feed my cat and just not look at a computer screen for a few minutes. So I'll be back in a few minutes here, everybody. You all know the deal. We got to run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, treat yourself to a turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a minute. Oops, wrong one. There we go. Hi, we're back. Okay, we're gonna stop taking a look at people's stuff for a bit, and we're gonna do some relics. I will set my thing to public. If you want to join me, Void Flood is up. Anything else? Oh, defense. Okay, if you want to join me, you need to type this into in-game chat to join me. So whoever joins gets to join. And we're gonna go do a Neo defense here. Cascade setting, would you lean towards heat or electric? If you have another source of damage reduction or armor reduction, go with electric. Typically speaking, electric is, at least in my opinion these days, a better status effect. It's not necessarily a bad status effect, or worse necessarily than heat. But in Cascades, heat probably is better because of the infinite scaling stuff. Because heat can continuously reapply and then the damage ticks. The reason why for like most other things, like outside of level cap Cascade, you want to go electric is because electric ticks on the 0, whereas heat ticks on the 1. So it's instantaneous damage. So like for Cascade, probably you want to go for heat. You know, if you're going level cap Cascade, if that's like the context here. Okay, if you want to join me for doing a Neo defense, just type this into the in-game chat. That's the context. Yeah, for level cap, I would say probably go for heat over electric. But you're not going to go wrong in either direction. Can only be joined by invitation. Won't let you join. Okay, yeah, I don't know what's going on with that because I've set it to public and other people are joining into me, as we can see. So I don't know why you two aren't able to join. My apologies. I don't think I have anything set here. There we go. We got our last one. And we'll just set this to friends. And Neo Steel Path Defense. People in the squad. True, Angel, and Erzman. Do you need any relics specifically? You go electric if possible. The enemies are living long enough for heat's duration refresh to matter, then the build's going to be overwhelmed. Yeah, but it's more to do with the dots, right? Because you can apply a ton of heat dots in before the heat effect ticks. So that's more the reasoning and the logic, what I'm saying. Like, it's not wrong to go with either direction, and there's use cases for going either direction. But because Cascade enemies are typically more durable because they're level cap enemies, going for heat because you're likely to apply more than a couple of heat stacks before the 1 tick, typically. So that's the reason why I would typically go for heat there, but yeah. Any for Garuda? Garuda. No, I don't have any for Garuda. So we'll just run this. Slash join, it's for friends only, you think? Are all of you on my friends list? Are you on my friends list, True? Yeah, True's not on my friends list. I'm joined in. I don't know why some people can join in and some other people can't join in. Sorry for those of you who can't. I can't really do anything about it. If anyone knows the reason why some people who can't do it, don't forget, DE has invite joining is currently not working. Yeah, like going here and clicking invite somebody isn't functioning, but you can still join into the party. Before started, it's not showing an option for relics. Okay. Is this the hack? Yeah. So you can still join into people if they're on your friends list, and apparently not if they're on your friends list. You don't think it works for console players? Oh, is it not console? Okay. All right. May, you're on console, right? Or were you doing all your trading on PC? Most people you play with are on console? Yeah, that's what I thought. So I'm not certain why it's not working for some people. Sorry, everybody. Just until Shadowgrapher, the invite system is a little bit borked due to the the hack of the chat thing. Was there ever a meaningful hack on Warframe, like one that actually posed a threat? Not that I know of. I'm not saying that it hasn't happened, Sir Beans, but I'm saying that I don't remember it at the very minimum. Like, if it actually happened, I don't know. So I'm gonna say no, but I don't actually have an answer for you. I'm sorry. Hello, victims. Goodbye, victims. Beyond nerds. Your orbiter's filling up with Iatan sculptures. I have so many Iatan sculptures that I'm just doing nothing with. The Strun, I love the Strun. It's my favorite gun in the game. Your hella stuff, spaghetti and meatballs. Man, I want to go to a meat mall. I'm pretty sure they just call that Texas. Most of them into the operator room, but it's getting full. There's always more room. You can always fit more. But it won't be pretty anymore? True. Kind of sad, Chrysalis isn't counted as an official base. Yeah, I'm with you. You got your first melee influence, only 20 more to go. I mean, melee influence. Why do I have my catch moon? Yeah, I agree. The dorm zone should be a proper base. I'm just kind of shocked that the dorm zone isn't a base of operations. No, it's not a proper base of operations like the back rooms or the drifters camp. I wish that it was. It'd be cool if it was.
Reinforcements available. Do you choose to leave now or continue fighting?
Male influence is actually not that hard to get these days because you can get it from the reputation vendor as well. So you can just like buy it with rep. Let's put the sim in the dojo. I know so many people have asked for that over the years, or like a fast travel option directly to the sim. It would be nice. It would be nice, but sadly no.
Continue to defend. You will be rewarded for your bravery.
It's on the architect's wish list. It would be cool. I don't think that it's, you know, they haven't given us a fast travel option for the simulacrum, so I doubt that they'll put the simulacrum in the dojo. But I do agree it would be kind of cool if they did. A Cephalon Space Invader, you mean? He needs to stare longingly at you, not knowing social cues. DK, thanks for the sub over on YouTube. Appreciate you. What they need to do is put a foundry in the dojo. True and real. That'd be great. Sometimes you can't put a decoration on different base of operations. Maybe that's just because you don't... Like, do you have all of the... Like, do you have enough decorations in order to put duplicates down? Because they are individual, right? So if you try to put down a single drone in all of them, then it will probably steal it from another one. Things do get added change from the wish list, which is pretty cool. You know what? That is actually pretty awesome. I'm glad that they do that. How do you get second normal Lex for the Lex? Isn't the Lex just like a market one? Like, can't you just buy the Lex from the market? I don't know. I don't remember if the Lex is one where you can't buy two. You could just buy it in two separate instances. Right? So you go in, you buy the one, and then you go in and buy the second. The normal Lex is a credit item? Yeah, I figured it was a credit one. Like, I think it comes fully built, right, Altison? Remembering that right? We have it listed that even if you have items placed in the orbiter instance, it's still usable in other areas like the dorm zone, so you don't have to farm standing again. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen, because then, you know, it's like, I would like for that to happen, but I think realistically that's not gonna happen. 50k credits to buy a fully built Lex, but you can't figure out where to buy it again? Okay, when I get out of here, Manuel, just remind me and I'll show you. I got the spare weapon slots. I wonder how many weapon slots I got now. Still need that Aklex Prime link? Well, good news for you, DK. The Aklex Prime relic is in borrow right this second. So you can grab yourself some extra relics for some duckies. Check the market, not the terminal? Yeah, you gotta go into the actual market to be able to do it manual. It won't let you buy another one from the arsenal, because it'll say that you already own one, but you can buy a second one from the actual market, if memory serves correctly. Whoops, it's all good. Sometimes the Warframe's a little bit confusing. All is well. All is good. Bought enough slots, so they never give us enough slots again. You'd have enough for every non-prime frame that is currently out to get a prime. Yeah, for Warframe slots, I've kind of maxed out. But for... I've finished out my Warframe slots. But for weapon slots, I've got like 170 still. Because when they did the account mergers, they gave you, like, when they first brought in crossplay cross-save, they allowed you to merge your accounts. So I merged my PS4 account with my PC account, and I was a collector on both versions. So I've got a lot of them. I got a lot. Because I did the collector thing, so I had all of, like, duplicate weapons for a bunch of different weapons. I had duplicate frames for a bunch of different frames. And, yeah, now I just own everything. And now I have a bunch of extra weapon slots. What are you gonna do with a submarine? Probably find yourself a bunch of Scottish techno Vikings. And go fight a dreaded Lord of Doom and Abyss. Someone will get that reference. Someone will get that reference. I swear someone better get that reference. I'm gonna be really sad if no one does. Feels weird to get the first update of the year. Makes you think there's only going to be 3 major updates this year. No, I mean, Tekrod Encore last year was mid to end March. They release typically like 1 big patch every quarter. So we'll probably end up getting like another patch just before TennoCon, like we did with Isleweaver. And then we'll get one in like September, like we did with what was it this year? Dallas Undermine. How do you get this crosshair? It's an incarnate thing? Yes, it is. The little bar underneath, that's the incarnate charge meter. So when you land headshots, it goes up. Or gets filled. Okay, we gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch sub to a Turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a second. Let's assume I'm using on Nova. This is Pillage. Was there a Lotus, a Lattice? Do you mean Lato? Yeah, the Lato Prime was for founders only. I'm addicted to Pillage. Armor strip, shield strip, shield regeneration, shield tanking. Any other Warframe synergy with Nokos assumed besides Mesa? Yeah, I run it on Equinox. It's really good on Equinox. But I play a weird Equinox, to be fair. And you can see that build by typing !point Equinox. You like Pillage on your Comey? Pillage on Comey also makes sense, yeah. When flawed mods were in regular rotation? Actually, I do, yes. I'm glad that they got rid of flawed mods because it was just causing unnecessary confusion for new players. In the face. Pillage is a really good skill. Yeah, it's a status cleanse, shield generation, armor strip, shield strip. Nova build save? Yeah, type !point Nova def. For anyone who's like relatively new to the channel, if you just type !point whatever you're looking for build wise, I probably like if I have a build for it, I have probably made a link for it. Not always though, because sometimes I'm a little bit behind, but most of them are. Tendo stream streak! Whee! We love it! Love and affection? Sadly, I don't have any of that. But Brainy, you can have these ones. How about this? How about this? Here you go. You can have some of these. Here you go.
Keep fighting.
There you go.
Another opportunity to extract will appear soon.
Tigress Incarnate when? I'm with you. You do remember finding flawed wads? Yeah, you can still get them in the dumpster. From the dumpster gremlin in Iron Wake, but they used to be like drops in the early game missions of the game. But it just caused unnecessary confusion. So those have been kind of removed over the years. Whee! They still have flawed mods, you just have to look for them now? Yeah, they're not drops anymore is what we're talking about, DK. And that's what I meant by the dumpster gremlin in Iron Wake. There's a little vendor in Iron Wake where you can still get the flawed mods. Why am I sitting so stiff? Because I'm standing. Because I'm not sitting. Pillage better than Nourish for Nova? I personally prefer it, but Nourish is really good on Nova because Nova's Null Stars that counts as weapon ability. So Nourish being a universal weapon buff will give Null Stars more damage. I just prefer Pillage because I like it for survivability. I like it for damage amplification. I like it for, you know, status cleansing, all that jazz. Yeah, I gotta say sand desk, crescent moon. With energy, does it still drain shields? No, it drains energy instead. They just give it an energy value. Whee! I love that red line's gonna play when you're using the new Goss Deluxe skin. Ooh, more energy. Hey! Where do you get your first Incarnate? Steel Path circuit. Every week rotates 5 new Incarnates that you can choose as rewards from the Steel Path circuit. Alternatively, you can also get it from some Incarnates come from the Zarman Reputation Hub, and some come from Sanctum Adonomica as well. There's 2 in the Sanctum Adonomica and 5 in the Zarman. Remember serves correctly? Independent from the music settings because you have music off at the moment. I don't know if it's going to be independent. 4 in the Zarman, 4 in the Zarman. Praetos, Fellarks, Fenmore. Yeah, it's 5. Yeah, because then there's the dagger, pistol, rifle, shotgun, and Praetos. Yeah. All right, GG peeps. Melee have an Incarnate? Yeah, a lot of melees do. Yeah. Not like every melee, but some melees, right? Incarnates are specific to a weapon. So the Okina Prime Incarnate works on the Okina normal or the other Okina. Something Redline theme for that skin. Yeah, so they showed off on the last dev stream that if you go into Redline while using the new skin that's coming out on Wednesday, the grab and go, or whatever the heck they called the combo, the Goss one will play the Redline song from the Goss Prime Deluxe trailer when you are eat and run. Yeah. It should have been called grab and go or takeout. Yeah, they can't call it dine and dash because dine and dash for the use of computers, videos, and video games is copyrighted by a company. The weapons the cool sells have Incarnate modes? Yeah, those ones. Yeah. See. I don't use the Fellark, so I haven't finished unlocking everything. It's copyrighted? Yeah, it's hilarious. It's copyrighted for some reason. I was gonna think, do I want to sit? No, I need to keep standing. For my health, I need to keep standing. But I will do some stretching while I'm taking a look. Tamasati Jun. Still not sure about this ribbon on the Incarnate. Going to Incarnate slow. All right. Minus reload speed, electricity, weapon recoil, critical chance. Okay, so since you're running a lot of critical chance on here, I wouldn't use Enervate. So Enervate will reset after 6 orange crits, and you've already got a ton of critical chance on here. And if you're playing for a crit dual toxicist, you take like that crit evolution on it. And you already got crit chance here, and you already got crit chance here. So I would probably drop. Does it have a crit chance? Does the Dual Toxis have a crit chance in current? Dual. Yeah. So you take this evolution on the 4th evolution, and then instead of Enervate, use Merciless, because Merciless will give you reload speed, and you saying that reload speed is your problem here. That's my logic and reasoning for going for Merciless instead of secondary Enervate. Yeah, it doesn't show up in here. Yeah, it doesn't show up in here. I know that, but I was meaning, like, should you be running Enervate here? And in this case, I don't think you should be running Enervate if you're having problems with reload speed. So it'll give you 30% reload speed, which is just, you know, it helps to offset the problem that you're having with the reload speed stuff. So that's probably what I would do. Oh, that's a really nice Riven for the Toroid. That's a really nice Riven. I hate this weapon, but that is a nice Riven. Crit chance, crit damage, electricity. So the electricity, you know, this is just replacing electricity mod that you were, at least in my opinion, should be running on here anyway, because then it goes into Corrosive Blast, and Corrosive Blast is a very good combination. Yeah, looks good. That's a fantastic Riven. Obviously, it could be better if you had a negative on there, but like I wouldn't keep rolling this. I would keep it. This is great. Like if you had a negative, it'd be stronger, obviously. But like that's pretty good. Aptitude? Yeah, aptitude too. It's only 2 status effects, but if you got like a companion doing more status effects, then aptitude kicks in. And even without status effects, this is still dealing about the same as Serration with just these 2, right? So then you get the status chance bonus, and then you're equaling out to being the same damage as whatchamacallit. When should you stop using Serration? Depends on the weapon, Jester. It really definitely depends on the weapon. How do you get rid of a saved Octavia song for like the Manda chord? You just overwrite it with a new one, I guess. Yeah. You're a lurk, Shadow? I suppose you can lurk. I suppose. But hi, how you doing? Hope you're having a good day. Thanks for the follow, and hope you enjoy your lurk. When should you stop using Serration? That's a good question. It depends largely on the weapon. So some weapons you want to be using Serration plus Aptitude plus other damage. Then that's when Aptitude is multiplicative. For most cases, you don't want to run too many sources of neutral damage mods like Galvanized Aptitude, like Serration, like Primary Merciless, because you'll usually get more damage out of just using like a elemental mod instead at that point. Give the boy a treat, hero. Okay. Two treats. Okay, fine. The boy can have 2 treats. All right, I'll give the boy. Yeah, when I'm at my standing desk, he doesn't like coming to eat for some reason. I don't know why. You know what? I am gonna sit for a bit actually. I was debating whether or not I want to keep standing, but I'm feeling a little bit sleepy. And drink my water? Okay, I'll drink my water. Okay. Ooh. May we see the boy? He's currently napping or hiding somewhere. There you go. You want to diversify your investments? Exactly. Wu-Tang Financial. Yo, awesome. How you doing? Bite and Bolt? That also would have been a good one. Oh, they had so many opportunities. Grab and Go. Obviously can't do Dine Dash. Which is way better, way much better than regular Serration. Yeah, the extra movement speed is kind of nice. So should you run Aptitude over Serration? On Lizzie? Yes, I would run Aptitude instead of Serration. Because you can get more damage out of Aptitude than Serration, because of Lizzie's holding down, aim down sights on 1, 2, 3, 4 will apply status effects to enemies if you need to. Snarf and Speed, also a good name. Barrow gave you a reactor? Hell yeah. But yeah, that's a really good Taurid ribbon here. That's a fantastic ribbon. Rondo person. Fire rate. You need fire rate on here. Fire rate. This weapon's begging for fire rate. I don't know why you're using Elementalist so that your cold becomes blast on the incarnate form, but I would say I would probably replace this with some fire rate. Daniel, thank you very much for the Prime Gaming sub. Super appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. Anyone else got some Bezo bucks lying around? Check your couch cushions, everybody, for your Bezo bucks. Yeah, blind rage for Temple for Strength, just like you said. Yeah, it should be fun. That should be a good choice. Yeah, I would save some fire rate on here. Like, I would replace Elementals with some fire rate or bladed rounds. But you don't have... Yeah, you got critical damage here. One of these two, I would replace with some fire rate. Either the Augment mod, the Truth mod, or Prime Serration. I like Serration on it for Serration reasons, but doesn't really matter. Who's this? Rondo, your Nova. Hot shots, concentration. You may want to run some additional auger mods on your pistols so that you can spam your abilities, which you're going to be spamming anyway because you're playing Nova, to regenerate your shields. Though you may want to drop concentration here for circumvent so you can get shields by rolling through enemies and armor and overguard. Survivability would be my only concern with this build here. Right? You sure you got 90% damage reduction here, but you don't really have anything to work with that damage reduction. You got very low shields, you got very low health. So either brief respite / auger mods on your pistol or concentration. And otherwise the rest of that looks good. And tenacious bond for more crit damage. Okay, good. Keep in mind, this can't crit unless you have a final critical chance improvement. Right? So you need a final critical chance improvement for this to work. So you may want to think about also Arcane Avenger if you're wanting to play around Null Stars. Arcane Hotshot will not give Null Stars crit chance. Could Wrathful do it? I don't think this counts as a melee, so no. I think this is technically coded as a secondary. I think so. But anyway, yeah, if you want to do crit stuff for your crit damage on Null Stars, specifically if you're looking to do Null Star critting stuff, then you need to get like Avenger on here. Thought it does? Not to my knowledge, at least. I could be wrong. I've never tried it. Jester, New Temple. Intensify, Archon Stretch, Blind Rage. Yeah, looks good. Very, very nice. You can move Power Drift up here. And then do all the exalted weapons gain damage from ability strength? Yeah, but for some exalted weapons, it's... And because of their frames, it's not always a great choice to go into, like, high strength for them. Like, Kor's Whipclaw, you don't need a lot of strength on Kor's Whipclaw. I run higher strength on Kor's Whipclaw because I like it, but it's, like, not super necessary. Yeah, this looks great. Yeah, nothing, like... I mean, switch out your Arcanes. Like, I would go for Molt Augments as Bellicose because you don't really have a ton of health for Bellicose. Bellicose and Molt Augmented equal out to each other at about 2,600 health. So if you don't have 2,600 health, then it's usually a better choice to go with Molt Augmented, and Molt Augmented is farmable from the Zarman. So yeah, Power Drift up here, and then like you could put Adaptation here for a little bit better survivability because you have a heal and shield regenerator right here. Just spam this whenever you need to. And then you could even go more strength on here, honestly. And you'd be fine. But yeah, it looks good. Going in the right direction. Icicle, I know that you've been following before. Are you just unfollowing to refollow? Because I know you were following before. I have seen this happen before. Nope. Weird. Very weird. So I wouldn't run Firestorm on here. This is a weapon where I would run Galvanized Aptitude because it's multiplicative on here. So 3 times 3 rather than 3 plus 3, which one does more damage. I would drop Piercing Hit and I would drop Firestorm here. You don't have any critical damage mods on here, so I would think about that, and I would also think about Galvanized Aptitude on here. There is a corrupted mod called Vile Acceleration, which is what I would use instead here because it gives you 180% fire rate rather than 120. And I would also, there is a corrupted crit chance mod as well, Critical Delay, I believe it is for rifles. that will give you 200% critical chance. So you'll get more crits out of it. So those two swaps and aptitude and another element, or yeah, probably another element. Yeah. And then Deadhead for your arcane or longbow sharp shot, but Deadhead is perfectly good. Goat droid. He's not a goat. He's got tentacles. Roar over the floor, concentration for further duration to lock into roar, or Tempest Barrage, or Plunder, or Tidal Surge. Tidal Impunity for the status immunity, yeah, for the catalyzing shield, shield gatey stuff. I would just make sure that you got some auger pistol mods for your extra shield gen for catalyzing shields, and that's about it. Everything else looks good there. Keep in mind, Toxic Tiger here, Tidal Impunity gives you status immunity. Knockdowns are a status effect, so you don't need this. Can I trade you good mods? No, I don't really do any trading at all. Okay, hey, Hida, been a long time, how you doing? Okay, we gotta run a quick ad break here. Y'all know the deal, we gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pro ads. If you don't like ads, you kinda like me and you want to support the community, 2 subs for Turbo, otherwise I take... Tristan and Bracken? I know, right? Why do people think Umbra's worse than basic scale? I don't know. There is, I don't know. There's like, because of the going into your operator cleanses off status stuff, like resets stuff and cleanses off buffs. Like that's the only reason. But also, why are you going into operator? Yeah, that's what we're talking about, Delius. It's the operator stuff. For popping into operator will cleanse the buffs off of him. Wellspring, yeah, but when you pop back, but why were you getting Wellspring? His 4 is a channeled ability, right? Augment for Umbra where you stopped fighting? No, I don't use it. Umbra used to, he still does. Yeah. It turns off any of his stuff. It won't turn off. I can't remember if it actually turns off Helminths, but it does turn off any buff that you have, like your buffs on your buff bar when you swap in and out. That's usually why. But yeah, Exotic Tiger. Don't use sure-footed here. As long as you're using Tidal Impunity properly, you don't need sure-footed. Knockdowns are a stats effect. Long story short. Okyakor! Damage, multi-shot, toxin. Ooh, that's a tasty one. Ooh, 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 ooh. That is a tasty ribbon. What are you running with it? Radiation, magnetic, corrosive, secondary fortifier. Yeah, I mean, looks good to me. Nothing really to say here. Crit damage, I would say get some more crit damage on here. His passive where you'd lose buffs, yeah, that still happens. Yeah. Way worse about turning stuff off. Oh, I didn't realize that he was worse. Icicle, thank you very much for the 4 months tier 1. Thank you. Your short lives are about to become crap dipped in misery. True and real. It's because you don't want to Umbra polarity. I just over Forma to get around it. You know, that's kind of my answer to getting around it, is I just over Forma. But that's also, you know, not necessarily a great answer all the time. I don't know how to say your name, but I'm gonna look at your Boar Prime. And debilitate. Crit damage! You need critical damage! Where's your sauce for your pasta? Yeah, you might actually get more damage out of just running crit damage here instead of Cleanse Orkin. For real. Like, no joke. I would personally replace this with critical damage. Or this. One of these two. Get critical damage on here. One of these two, put critical damage. Yeah, one of these two. Put critical damage on here. That's a really nice ribbon, though. Multi-shot, crit chance, sass chance. Whoa, the weapon recoil's a little bit rough, though. The weapon recoil is a little bit rough. The rest of that ribbon's really nice though. Hydroid. Does Savvy work on the Incarnate? Yeah, why wouldn't it? It's a beam. Oh, Sai is clearly the best Cephalon. Like, no offense to Ordis, but Sai is the better one. A shield tank Hydroid. Interesting. I would drop Molta Augmented for you got arcane expertise here to eat and to give you more shields. I would drop Molta Augmented for Aegis. Who's Saya again? The Railjack Cephalon. But yeah, I would say get Aegis on here instead of Molta Augmented. Because you got so much shield recharge stuff, your shields will just like all the way to max just by doing that. That's what I would do. Melika's also up there. True. Melika is pretty good. Altison. Final Stand, Paladin Haro. What you got? Ooh. So this is probably a look link thing happening here, but I would love to see this filigree stand out more. But that could just be a look link thing doing weird things right now. I do like that. That looks really cool. Awesome Master. Anova. Ooh, buddy. I like that. Good choice using the Prime helmet with that deluxe skin. Looks nice. Also, I love the Signa. Nova. Pillage is how I like to play it. You're running Hot Shot for the extra critical stuff. And you're running Pillage to strip enemies' armor. Keep in mind, Hot Shot does not give Null Stars crit chance, so just keep that in mind. It would be kind of nice to run Archon Vitality so that Neutron Star applies 2 heat stacks instead of 1. And honestly, I would drop Adaptation for it. Because you're going to be spamming, well, not spamming, but you're going to be casting Pillage fairly frequently. So I would probably drop this for Arcane Vitality, or Archon Vitality. Holy crap. You don't necessarily need Corrosive Projection here because you're going to have to double cast Pillage anyway. Right? You're going to be double casting Pillage anyway, so you don't necessarily need Corrosive Projection here, but it also helps it so that you don't necessarily need to double cast, and like one cast will give you like a decent amount of armor strip. So like, I understand why you're going that. You could go Growing Power for further power strength though. But, you know. Up to you. But yeah, I would say Archon Vitality here, so that your Null Stars are applying 2 heat stacks. Tentaglaxian, this is one of my favorite weapons in the game. I love this thing so much. Critical damage, multi-shot, crit chance. Oh, that's such a good Riven. So Unchained Beams, or any continuous fire weapon, multi-shot gives you multiplicative damage and status chance. So it's incredibly valuable on here. The one thing that I would say, yeah, the stats will be a little bit lower. This shows it on the Prime, or on the normal version, doesn't show it on the Tended version. Yeah, it's a little bit bugged, but still, either way, those stat lines are great. Obviously, you could get a negative, but like, I wouldn't keep rolling it. I would, however, recommend one thing on here, which is drop this. Right, you already got cold here. I would put blast in here instead, or not. Sorry, blast. I would put electricity in here instead. Because you already got the cold here. To drag the cold that's natively on the weapon into blast. I would put electricity on here. And I would replace Rifle Elementalist with Shred / Prime Shred. But Elementalist does give you punch through. So the reason why is punch through is really important on chain beams. The main beam, if it hits multiple enemies by using punch through, will cause extra chains to happen. So this weapon, I think, chains off of 5 enemies, off to 4 enemies, so 5 total with the main enemy hit. And then if you hit an enemy behind them with punch through, then it chains a few more times. I like running Shred instead of Elementalist because then it's fire rate. But Rifle Elementalist here gives you that punch through and then will also increase your blast damage. But I would probably, you know, move this guy up here, remove Rhyme Rounds, and put on Electricity. So then you have 2 stats effects working in for Elementalist. And then you get another stats effect for Galvanized Aptitude. Make sense? Alternatively, you could go corrosive blast, right? Move, remove this, put electricity here, and then you got base cold to go into the blast. So then you have heat blast and then corrosive. So you go electricity and toxin is another option. That's how I like to run my Galaxian. Nothing else from you. Oh wait. Later on, Wraith. Multi-shot. Well, you don't need multi-shot. You got acuity. Deadhead, cryo rounds. What are you running on here? Viral. Crit chance, damage to Grenier, critical damage. Not bad at all. Good choice on using aptitude here because the direct hits in the Incarnate form is multiplicative damage. So Serration plus Deadhead plus that is a lot of damage plus that also as well. I mean, having some more crit chance on here might not be bad, but like you got acuity and you got this, so you don't necessarily need it. Okay, it's vibe time. Dragon Nakana. I'm dragging my Nakana all over your face. Hey yo! Right pressure point, glider might, elementalist, melee Kareen. I mean, I would replace glider mate with the blood rush for the extra crit chance. Yeah, I would replace that personally. The rest of that looks fine though. Kuro Trumna. Crit chance, critical damage, minus zoom, magazine capacity. Not bad, actually. Vial acceleration for the fire rate. This is multiplicative on direct hits with the alt fire, but it'll also help you charge your alt fire, but just obviously you need to land those direct hits. What is used to swap the polarity of a mod slot to Umbral and Umbral Forma? They are relatively rare. Umbral Forma. Best roll so far? I mean, it's a pretty tasty roll, actually. Yeah, I like that. I like. Nice. Mask and Mute. Further pushing the Comey agenda. Impetus, Aegis, some shield gatey stuff. You know what? I don't think that you need both of these. I don't think you need both. I think you'd be fine with just one. And then I would get some strength on here. Just some more strength for like the stuff here, you know? Helps a lot more than you may think. Yeah, but it's more to do with the fact you got like Brief Respite here. And like these abilities are relatively high energy cast. Like literally any, well, except for Tesla Nervos, basically any of your abilities here will max out your shields. Right? Strength isn't needed for the first, doesn't scale with strength. No, but like more strength on here. More strength on here, the heal multiplier and the shield multiplier. Yeah, you don't need the strength here, but like more stuff there. No changes to the Trumna? Nah, I think your Trumna's fine. But then again, you got like 78% strength here, so you don't necessarily need that. And you got precision intensified to feed into here. I mean, I would like to have more strength into Onamori personally, but you probably don't need it. Probably don't need it. Yeah, looks good. Voyage Kuvacomb. Deadhead for the comb. The only thing I need strength is the 4. You heal from the 3rd. Doesn't really matter too much because you've cast shields. Yeah. I get it. I get what you're saying. I get what you're doing. Novus 2. Is there a reason to not Susume over Novus 2 to keep her portals? I just don't like the portals, so that's why I Susume over it. That's literally the only reason and the only logic. I don't like the portals. You can put it over the 2 or the 3, you know, if you're assuming on her. Doesn't really matter at the end of the day. You like the portals, you don't like the 2? Yeah, so just, you know, put it over the ability you don't like. That's kind of the nice thing with Nova. You have one with portals, one without. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah. You don't have the electricity 6060 for shotguns? I mean, honestly, I would just go with prime charge shell anyway. Saz waiting, damage. I mean, damage more than anything else. I would still use prime charge shell, even with this. The weapon has such high status chance that you don't necessarily need it. Isn't that a borrow cell for shotguns? No, it's secondaries and melees. Is borrow only. Yeah, looks good. Nothing to say. Except for galvanized acceleration, just so that you can boost up the fall off. And you got the mods put there. Yo, Sam, how you been, dude? Yo! Welcome on in, everybody. How you doing today? Hope y'all had a wonderful time with Sab. What you up to? 6-7! Oh, the number! Auto mod. Thanks for the follow, Sab. How y'all doing, everybody? Welcome on in. My name is Zenosfire. I stream Warframe and make content for Warframe on YouTube, as well as being an official Warframe content creator. Hope that you had yourself a wonderful stream. If you got a raid and run Sabuchi, please feel free to. No worries. I do that every day, too. I do the 6-7 meme all the time just to piss off people. It's great. But what we like to do around here anytime that we get raided, to thank the kind people for sharing their community, we like to do a little bit of a giveaway. Sab, what frame have you been enjoying lately? Don't maybe you get a mallet? You can't stop me. I can't read what you're saying. Would you recommend this Assume over Nova's Coolovo? Okay, how about a Prime that I have a Prime blueprint package for? For a giveaway. How about a Prime? It's Assume over Nova's 2 or 3. I use Pillage because I like removing enemy armor, and then it makes Null Stars do more damage. Coolovo Prime? I can't yet. Okay, you know what? You know what's really close to a Coolovo? You're right. Grendel is really close to a Coolovo. So type ! join in the Twitch chat if you want in for a giveaway for a Grendel Prime. Because obviously, oh wait, no, I can't do it. Wait, it's not a Grendel. I lied. You know what? It's gonna be an Omniforma bundle. I lied. It's Omniforma bundle because trading is really messed up right now. Because of the stupid hack from yesterday. I lied. It's gonna be an Omniforma bundle. Okay, so type ! join in the Twitch chat for an Omniforma bundle. We're giving you an upgrade. It's a free upgrade for the 6-7 joke. Can we get a 6-7 in chat, please? Out of spite for my people's humanity. No. Oh, and you can win on your first message, by the way. So if you're watching on another stream, just click the link in the description, pop on over to Twitch, type ! join. Also, if you came in with the raid, yeah, all that jazz. All that good stuff. All the good stuff. Also, let's do. Oh, that's not what I was looking for. There you go. Curse me? No, curse you. But anyway, I hope you all had a good time. How do you feel about Mirage's Eclipse Assume over Nova's 2 or 3? If you're looking for like weapon damage buffs, I would probably go into like Nourish, because Nourish will boost up Null Star's damage. Or Roar. Or Zada's, because Zada's this really funny thing with Null Stars, because Blast and Null Stars, it's really silly. Yeah, there's really dumb interactions with Blast and Zada's. And because Null Stars puts out so much Blast, it's really good. Mainly for the DR. If you're looking for survivability, I might also recommend checking out Komi's Onamori for survivability. If you're looking for like just DR, her first gives you 90% DR. Null Stars gives you 90% DR, so like, I would say maybe not go for the DR, personally. Like, other sources of survivability is probably what I would lean into. But like, it's not a bad choice. Because, you know, multiple sources of damage reduction is not bad. In any way. Your mag is so squishy. Is hiding in the bubbles really the only way survivability path for her? The crush augment regenerates shields, and her third ability regenerates shields. And then just throw on rolling guard and you're good to go. All right, type exclamation point join if you want in for a giveaway for a Omniform bundle to thank Sabuchi for the raid. For everybody else, sit tight. We do got to run a quick ad break here. Y'all know the deal. We got to run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me, and you want to support the community, to sub to Turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a minute, and then we'll keep taking a look at people's builds and see if we can do some relics. Crush itself does it? Yeah, but you want to be running the Crush Augment. Let's be real here. You want to be using the Crush Augment. We all know it. You do. Because it's 50% cast speed. If it lands on you, can you get 2 Forma bundles instead? All right. That's fair. If you want 2 Forma bundles instead of 1 Omni Forma bundle, sure. Sure. Why not? We'll go crazy. Save me my platinum. You don't want the Omniforma? What's wrong with you psychopaths? Omniforma is so much better. Seek help. All of you. You have 11 Omniforma? Then you need more Omniforma. And you need to use your Omniforma. Omni is better only when free? True and real. The grind for the level 40 weapons? I mean, you can put Omniforma on those and they count. You're at work, otherwise you try? It's Omniforma. It's a gift from the market board. Sleepy, you can join. Like, I send it to you. You don't need to be online, so everybody can join. That's the sweet thing about doing these types of giveaways. So yeah, you can join. Yeah, everybody can. Even you, first time chatter. Even you can join, I guess, Mustard. I guess. Shin X Ed Dealer. You won. What's your in-game name? Shin X Dealer. Do a backflip? I can't. I can only do regular flips. Look at me flip. Yo, Hatters, how you doing? Shin X Dealer? Word. Easy. Omni. Okay, I'll offer you this one, Shin. Because the other people said, do you want 2 regular Forma bundles or do you want 1 Omni Forma bundle? These other people were like, I want 2 regular Omni Forma bundles, Omni bundles, or 2. Do you want the Omni Forma? Or do you want regular Forma? Yeah, that's why I started speaking like I had a stroke there, Icicle. 4 Omni Forma bundles instead? Listen, I'm not made of money, okay? You'll take the Omni? Yeah, you're the smart one. You're the smart one. Grats. Enjoy. If you aren't already following Sabuchi on Twitch, make sure you do. Because, you know, that's the reason why you got that giveaway. Because that's the right answer. Can you have 3 individual Omniforma? No, because they're like 80 platinum apiece. Yeah, they're 80 platinum apiece instead of, this is literally giving you a free Omniforma with 1 at a discount, so no. Voyage, we're done with you. Or with you. Black Shadow, what you got? You need survivability. You weren't fast enough? That's okay. We do giveaways every once in a while here. But thanks for the follow anyway. I appreciate you. Okay, don't use Bellicose. You don't have enough health to really make it worthwhile. Run, Molt Augments instead. You're running low range, so whatchamacallit's not like all that great. Do Omniform slots also apply to Umbrals? No, they do not. If you put a do you have an Omniform, Nova? No. Who has an Omniform? My Neja does. Sure, here. So, see how, Omniforma, right? You can put... Get out of here. It won't take any extra mod capacity, but it won't have the mod capacity if you put an Umbral or an Umbral mod over an Omni slot. Brig. One of these days I'll be able to speak like a human. It is not this day. Hey, Tempest, how you doing? You need survivability on here, Black Shadow? Might I interest you in a circumvent? Arcane circumvent. Roll through enemies, steal their shield, steal their overguard. Rolling guard, shield gating. What the hell is this? You lose 6 seconds melee combo duration, but your squad mates gain 12 seconds. Oh, that's weird. What does Gale Kick do? Why these? Is it just like because you don't have anything else to put here? Match whatever the polarity is here. Always match the polarity. I mean, you can put like strength, like power drift, or cunning drift, or speed drift. Any of those here instead? And I would probably say like you go into shield stuff here. If you put cunning drift up here for the extra range, you could go into the discharge augment capacitance, but you're running really low range, so that's probably not going to be the best choice for you. So if you're looking for like survivability, I would say like rolling guard, some shield gating stuff, like auger mods on your pistols, brief respite up here, arcane circumvent instead of bellicose, so you can seal enemies armor shield overguard, somewhere in there, probably. Hide behind your shield, pick up your shield. A lot of people don't know how to pick up shield, don't know that you can pick up a shield and take it with you. It like blocks all the damage from you. Yeah, I've literally never seen this mod before. I mean, I probably have, but I've never seen it. Furious. We saw this earlier. Is this the exact same build that we saw earlier? Yeah, this is the exact same build that we saw earlier. Quick recap on that. Electricity here. Blast here. And use the evolution that gives you blast. The evolution that gives you multi-shot and electricity status effects. And then prime mods when you can. Something like that. I agree with you. Brand new eyes, a bow ribbon, range, crit damage, electricity, minus heavy attack. Sheesh. That's actually super tasty. Holy crap, that's tasty. Damn. I mean, the bow doesn't have great follow through, so the range isn't like all that great. But also you got crit chance and electricity, so it's like, or crit damage and electricity, so congratulations. You're replacing a electricity mod for your influence shenanigans, and then gaining critical damage and gaining range for free. Seems like a good ribbon to me. Truly. Wait, we saw this earlier. No, we didn't. We saw something very similar to this earlier. So, congratulations, you get viral plus damage out of one mod. I love ribbons sometimes. I do love ribbons sometimes. They're very funny. Keep in mind that ribbons combine from the bottom up, so if you want to take advantage of that toxin cold somewhere else, you just need to like move this over and then put an element here. So like if you want to go corrosive blast, like you move this over here and then you put electricity here. Because then the electricity will combine with the toxin and the heat will combine with the cold. Because it combines from the bottom up, so it'll choose toxin first and then cold. And I would say punch through on here. Heat waiting in shambles, it's fine. It's not that big of a deal these days. You're killing anything before the heat proc really will kick in. Didn't know Rivens work like that? Yeah, it's a little bit weird. There's a few things in the game that have weird things from bottom up. Like if you go into here, and you go into here, and like go here, and you hit tab, it won't go to here, it'll start down here, and then it'll bounce between these two. See? For some reason, it doesn't start at, like, go from the top down. It just does this. It's weird. There's some weird things in this game when it comes to, like, ordering. I mean, I would say fire rate on here. Like, I like running Prime Shred on here instead of Elementalist. Like, you could go more heat to get the heat weighting, but, like, honestly, stuff dies before heat status effects really kick in most time. Like, you don't really need to do super heavy heat weighting. But, like, if you want to be playing more around the heat, then yeah, you want to do that. The other thing is you only got one element here for your rifle elementalists. So I would actually replace this with Shred. Prime Shred specifically. Increase fire rate, increase punch through. Chain beams with punch through, hits multiple targets, chains multiple times, wins the day. Yeah, that's probably what I would do. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Yeah. Chardy, what you got? Nourish! Hotshot, Equilibrium, Multi-Augmented, Healing Flame, Precision Intensify. Okay, so you're kind of playing around this. I would say more range. If you want to be playing around Inferno's damage, I would certainly say more range on here. Like, I would drop Continuity for more range, realistically. Because what? Your only thing that's duration kind of important is Nourish. It's got 25-second base duration. She still feels so weak. Yeah, so the other reason why more range, so this is a wave-like ability. Both duration and range will affect its ultimate final range. So yeah. You know what I mean? More range on here, more enemies hit by it, more overguard generated. Also, it knocks down more enemies, so that it gives you like a mini crowd control. So Healing Flame will give you more overguard stuff. Realistically speaking, when you're playing Ember, you're generally just like spamming this ability and surviving out of the shield overguard gating. And then you're also going to be needing some extra shields because you'll be with the Augur here. But I would probably drop this for like a stretch. You would have to Forma though, unfortunately. 7. So then 5, so 11. So actually, if you just move Augur Reach over here and then put on a regular stretch here, that would give it to you. Internal bleeding? Did you know that if you look inside of the codex at the mod, it'll tell you where it comes from? Comes from those spots. Which is all Railjack missions. Victorious! What you got? Ooh, pretty brew. Ooh, I like that. Garuda. Ooh, also pretty. Actually, really like that. Valkyr. Ooh. Oh, that looks so good. Man, Valkyr's just so pretty. So pretty. Oh my lord, Emmanuel. What did you send here? Not Emmanuel, Manuel, pardon me. What is this? A Revenant? So Revenant is just high strength, high duration. You don't need this. Like, literally just slap on as much strength and duration as you possibly can. Revenant done. That's not a joke. It's because of Mesmer Skin. Mesmer Skin number of charges scales with strength, the duration of invulnerability in between charges being consumed. Right? So when you take damage, it consumes a charge, and then you have seconds of duration. You have based off your duration value that amount of things. Is it round up or down the charge? Great question. Don't know. I assume up. Or I assume that maybe it's just like a 0.5, anything above a 0.5 and it'll go up. I actually don't know. And the augment as well for more charges? Yeah, the augment as well. Yeah. High strength, high duration. Revenant is really the cube. Did the values cap out? Not to my knowledge. What is this? Death machine gun? So on companion weapons, if you are not using a rifle yourself with galvanized chamber on it yourself and activating it yourself, it will not activate for the companion. So if you're not using a rifle, switches out for the regular chamber. The Kavat of Death Machine? Yeah, I don't know why it shows up with a random Kavat here that has no head or tail. It's very confusing. What's going on? Great question. Just Warframe things. Using Daiku, so yeah, okay. Just keep that in mind. The galvanized mods only activate if your companion also, if your weapon is the same type of weapon, so it needs to be a rifle in this case, and you've activated itself on your weapon. So keep that in mind. Away with you, Riaz. Scourge. Are you using it as a main weapon here on the Scourge? Riaz? Or are you just using it for the all-fire? Considering it's properly modded out, I'm going to assume you're using it properly. Alt-fire stuff? If you're doing alt-fire stuff, you just want attack speed. Recommend to grind Neo 03. I would look up on the wiki page for Neo 03, see where it drops. It's probably going to be Disruption on Uranus. Right? Disruption on Uranus is the Neo one? Yeah, Disruption on Uranus. Jupiter's the Meso. Mars is the Lith. Apollo on Lua is the... whatchamacallit? We doing more relics? I mean, yeah, eventually. We're always doing relics. Yeah, so if you're just doing the alt-fire stuff here, Riaz, I would probably just, probably just like fire rate, because fire rate will increase the throw speed. Right? That's the only thing you really care about. The pulses don't really do anything. So, yeah. If you're just playing for the alt fire so that you can land headshots easily, you just want fire rate on here. Yeah, that's about it. Everything else kind of doesn't really matter if you're just playing around the alt fire. Rotten Dead. A Dread. You know what you should put on here? You should put on Galvanized Aptitude. Galvanized Aptitude is multiplicative on the Incarnate form. Drop Hammer Shot for it. It'll fit right in. Necromancer, why weren't you already following me? I'm so disappointed. Everybody check to see if you're following and make sure you're following. Completely shameless. 10,000% shameless. The most shameless. Follow age, good for you. Oh, wow. Hero, you were definitely following me earlier. That's bullshit. You made the algorithm, you just made my account sad. You, Loki Servant, I don't know if you made my account sad or not, but that's fine. I'm still happy to have you. Jin, thanks for the follow. Appreciate you. So yeah, replace Hammer Shot with Galvanized Aptitude. It's multiplicative on here on the Incarnate form so that you'll do bonkers amount of damage with it. Serration, Deadhead. I like Deadhead personally more than Longbow Sharpshot because I'm bad at aiming. And Longbow Sharpshot will always give you damage, and then the headshot multiplier is just kind of nice. But you're already going to be going for the weak point hits because of this guy, so you don't need to necessarily do that. Okay, no, seriously, if you're unfollowing and refollowing, you're actually doing a lot of damage to my account, so don't do that. You're actually really hurting. You're not helping. The joke is bad. Telos or Prime Boltor? I prefer the Telos. The Telos is more critical inclined, but you're fine with going either direction. The Telos is more critical inclined. The Prime is more status inclined, but of course, because mods and because of mods and because of the evolutions, you can make both do both. So go with one that calls to your soul, but I prefer the Telos. Yeah, Gamma's aptitude. That's about it. Yeah, nothing else. I mean, you could also go with the corrupted mod here instead. And you could also go fire rate on here so that it charges faster, so you can shoot it faster. You know, also a good choice. You've been subbed longer than you've been following? Rude. How is that possible? I hate glaives. Crit chance, range. The range doesn't really matter. The melee damage is nice. The crit chance is nice. You're playing around heavy attacks, so going sacrificial steel makes sense. I would probably go for prime pressure point, not sacrificial pressure, although it does boost up your crit chance, so I get it. Typically, and you are doing the blast radius, so you don't really need the range here because the range doesn't, range stat doesn't affect the blast radius. So you don't necessarily need this here. You're probably looking for like killing blow for heavy attack stuff because typically speaking, if you're playing with the glaive prime, you're going for the heavy attacks because it's guaranteed slash on the heavy attack. So, and like power throw, I wouldn't use either. Mark of the Beast is kind of fun for your secondary stuff. Prime pressure point, yeah. I mean, but if you're doing for the extra crit chance on sacrificial pressure, I do get it. It is tasty. And they also have melee damage here, right? So like, I get it. They don't necessarily need the melee damage here. They got the melee damage here, and they got crit chance here. Whirlwind, yeah, Whirlwind for the extra velocity or the extra speed to it. Critical damage would be nice on here too. But you already got Organ Shatter. Melee Retaliation. Yeah. Rotation AABC. Oh gosh, do I have this? I do. Right there, AJ. Foog! Foog, what kind of animal butt are you shaking at me? Is that a cat? That is a cat. That's a cute cat. Mods. Shout out Foog. If you're here. And if you'd be so kind. Okay, I gotta run an ad break. Y'all know what we gotta do. We gotta run some ads every once in a while. Gotta pay the bills. Gotta pay Twitch's bills, y'all. I know. I know. Poor Bezo doesn't have enough bucks. But if you don't like ads, then you can use your Bezo bucks so that you don't get ads. But you can also, VFoog, please, May. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch up to a Sherbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a few minutes. I'm just gonna get up, walk around, not stare at a computer screen for a few minutes, and rest my eyes and all that jazz. So see you in a second. No, that's not the right one. That's the right one. There we go. I don't know what's going on with my headphones lately. Yo, Phantom, how you doing? All right. What do we got? What do we got? We got a conjunction survival. All right. So party's open. Type. We're doing Steel Path, Omni Survival. Type this in game if you want to join me. I can't do invites, so this is literally, if you've already been in the party, please don't join. You know, give other people the opportunity to join in. Type /join Zenosfire if you want to join in. Unfortunately, the invite server is taken down because some dweeb decided to be a dweeb and ruined it for us all. You know what? I want to play my Nyx with my Furious. Okay, if you want to join up. Otherwise, we're gonna go because this thing is about to expire soon. You know what? I haven't used my Brat in a while. And hero. There we go. Hey, Bonsai. Watch for short about rotations. Helped a lot. Good. That's why I make them. Sanctity. Let's go Sanctity Magister. Yeah, I'll just throw on a relic. I haven't played my Nyx in a while. I'm sleepy. I'm a sleepy boy. Bring in my favorite frame? Oh no. I'm not even gonna look at what it is. It's probably gonna be something silly. Ain't it? It's gonna be something real weird. I don't want to look. No. It's not real. It's not real. It can't hurt me. Mr. Riftman? Heck yeah!
The art of combat must be practiced to truly master the canvas of war.
Watch out. I'm detecting void fissures nearby. Do you have a magic relic?
Do I only run Steel Path? Typically speaking, I only run Steel Path, yeah.
If you're near a fissure, use that reactant to open a relic. Don't forget the reactant. You need more to open that relic.
Orange and blue rhino?
I
Nice.
think I've heard you from this place. Stand by for lessons.
Alright, let's go do the thing. Ooh, we got a good room right off the bat. Tasty. Get out of the way, nerds. You should all fight each other. And congratulations. Oh, you're my friend.
This would be
Here you
an
go.
excellent place
Go
to
be a friend.
play.
How much range is that? Oh my lord. What are the perks of Steel Path? Enemy density set to maximum. Enemy density set to maximum. Get steel essences. Increase mod drop chance booster and resource drop chance booster for free. Excuse me. Thank you. Bam. 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 You're not an Eximus. You're not an Eximus either. Neither are you. Where's my Eximuses? Where's my Eximus? Excuse me. What weapon am I using? I don't have whatchamacallit on here. I guess that was somebody else doing it. Oh, I've still got that person kidnapped after all this time? Damn. Oh, hold on. I found a new friend. Yes, nearly 7,000 extra damage on the new friend. Yes. Wish we could get Steel Path Lich missions. That would be cool too. I wish that we had Steel Path Railjack. Sign me up for that. You forgot to put vacuum on your companion? Rip. I wonder if we're ever gonna get new companions. Steel Path Sortie? I would be super down for that. I love Railjack too. I know it's not for everybody, but I do love Railjack. When is it in breaking? You know what? I don't know why. I never get any problems with Railjack. So like whenever someone's like, Railjack's super buggy, I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. Last new companion was the Nautilus. Nautilus Prime? Specifically? Yeah, Nautilus Prime I think was the last new companion. I wouldn't mind seeing new companions. What kind of new companion and the first person who says a bird companion does get banned? What kind of new companions do you guys want? A giraffe? A fish? You know what? I'd be down for a fish. A dinosaur? Oh, I would love to have a dinosaur. Dino DNA. A dragon? These nuts? Ah! Ah, I got him. You're not an Eximus. You're not an Eximus. No. I'm looking for a new employee. A Grenier? Clem. Imagine we could get Clem. A Blitz Eximus? I do love Blitz Eximus friends. Come on, Blitz Eximus friend. Off you go. Off you go. Good little Blitz Eximus. Oh, I just realized that I'm not like doing my most amount of damage I could be doing to these enemies because I got rad on this thing. The Helios is kind of Corpus themed. Or at least it comes out of the energy lab, so I guess it's not really Corpus themed though. We also got a Prime, so that makes it also not Corpus. I mean, the MOAs are kind of Corpus themed. Right? Fortuna, Corpus, MOAs are from Corpus, from the Corpies. Hounds, yeah, Hounds, those are also Corpus themed. Yeah, we got multiple Corpus themes. Companions. We got so many. We got 87 different companions. Actual Ortis? I mean, we do have an Ortis skin for our Sentinels, so we can bring Ortis along with us for our adventures. That's what I do. An insect or spider companion. Well, I don't know if we'll get a spider companion because of arachnophobia, but an insect companion would be pretty cool. Get a custom Grenier roller. Actually, hold the phone. Levy making a good point. A Grenier roller would be pretty fun. Did you know you have to aim to land hits on somebody? Oh, I screwed up. Where you going, nerd? Got you. Infested Sentinel? That would also be cool. But Araxia, yeah. I mean, Araxia's already triggers a lot of people arachnophobia, so that's why I say, you know, maybe not that. I mean, I'd still be down for it, don't get me wrong, but, you know, just thinking realistically speaking. Where's that Jade Light Eximus when you need one? No Jade Light Xmas anywhere. Or any Xmas. You okay, bud? Oh, here. Here, let me help you. There you go. I get Araxia, the Isle Weaver missions in Duberry Circuit. Ooh, Energy Leaks Xmas. Nah, I don't really want Energy Leaks. I'm shopping for a new minion, and I don't want an Energy Leak Xmas. No, you're not a minion. You're not a minion. No, you're not minionable. No minions over here. This is the most stupid thing that I've ever done, just like ignoring enemies. Trying to find an Xmas unit out there. And I saw Overguard. Nope. Man, where's a good minion? Why can't you find a good minion when you need one, you know? Is Infested Faction mod even worth it? No, not really. Oh, Jade Light Xmas. Hey, we found it. Oh, it's not gonna do much damage because I just popped out of my Incarnate form. Oh, poor Jade Light Xmas is only gonna do good damage, not great damage. Dang it. Whatever shall I do? I guess I'll just steal all your shields and health. Well, shields and armor. Technically not steal. Well, I mean, you do steal it from shields, but you don't steal the Overguard, which is a little bit annoying. Hi, Torment. What are you doing? Torment, come here. Purr. Like a Queen lyric? A killer queen. Da, 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 da. Da, ba, da, ba, 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 da. Man, I do love Queen. I haven't listened to Queen in a long time. I should put Queen on this playlist. Why don't I have Queen on this playlist? What's wrong with me? Why don't I have Queen on this playlist? I think it's probably because Queen songs are sometimes just really long. Which is not a complaint. But like if I were to throw a Bohemian Rhap... Oh. 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 Go forth, my Jade Light Xmas. An octopus companion. Ooh. That would be fun, actually. You want more Sentinels? I do want more Sentinels. I still think that they should make Chroma's effigy a exalted Sentinel, because I think that would be really cool. Just make it an exalted Sentinel. Make it do some like really silly things, and make it not a channeled ability. I keep trying to say the Dridja has already got weird wires hanging out. That is true. It does have weird wires, which basically is just tentacles if you think about it. If you think about it hard enough. Some cartoons told me that they're basically tentacles. Bohemian Rhapsody just gives them a rep for long songs. I mean, you're not wrong. Bohemian Rhapsody, but like, listen, if you're listening to Queen, you should be listening to Bohemian Rhapsody. Let's just call a spade here. Corpus Sentinel specifically. Oh yeah, we don't have a Corpus. Can we get modding support for Merle Arena? I agree. Merle Arena, we should be able to put K-Drive mods on. 265 range? Yeah, it sounds about right. Sounds about right. We'll classify it's a Warframe archetype, e.g. caster. Well, the game does now have sort of like archetype stuff in it, dictating, you know, the whatchamacallit. But typically speaking, for like a frame, of whether or not it's a caster or a weapon platform is kind of more dictated by its abilities and how they function. So like how the ability functions and how the frame's abilities function in with each other. So like if a frame has a passive or a lot of abilities or some abilities that improve weapon damage, that's more of a weapon platform, right? Because it improves your weapon output, improves your weapon damage, all that jazz. And then if you got like more of a sort of the abilities are doing the main source of damage, then it's more of a caster inclined. And then sometimes augments will drastically change that. So for instance, Nezha without Divine Retributions is more of a weapon platform frame. Nezha with Divine Retributions is certainly a caster. So it's mainly, essentially, long story short, completely dependent on how the abilities of the frame functions, and that kind of is what dictates whether something is a caster or a weapon platform or a hybrid or, you know, that kind of thing. Like Dante. Dante can be played as either a caster or a weapon platform, depending on what you're focusing on the most with your abilities, right? Any unfortunate souls want to become employees? So like this this Nyx, for instance, I would say is a caster weapon platform hybrid, right? Because I'm using lots of casting, but weapons is... Oh, that guy died way too quickly. Don't you hate it when you suffer from success? Where you can't mind control something because it has overguard, but then you can't, and then you end up killing it. So yeah, my Nyx here, for instance, is a caster weapon platform hybrid because I'm using lots of casting abilities. You know, I got Null Stars, I got mind control. Oh, Shock Eximus, come back. We're friends now, Shock Eximus. We're friends. Off you go. Because I'm using abilities both for damage and also for amping up my abilities, right? I'm stealing people's shields, overguard, armor, and then using that to amp up my damage, right? So just like everything in Warframe, the answer is always depends. Just like everything in Warframe, it depends on a few different factors. But I hope that helps at least a little bit. So would Atlas be a caster? If you're focusing around playing with his fourth ability, yes. Or his first ability, yeah, I would say he's a caster because you're spamming abilities. But he's also, in the same sense, a weapon platform frame because he's doing weapon stuff. Like his casting is his weapon. But I would say he's more of a caster than anything else, personally. I got another Jade Eximus. Be gone, dudes. What benefits does Xenos Corp have? Oh, experience and exposure. That's the only thing I can pay in, sadly. Oh, there's an ad break coming. Sorry, I missed it. Is it going to actually run the ad, or is it just confused about its existence? There we go. Hello. Goodbye. Hello. Goodbye. Goodbye. Oh, I killed that Eximus instantly. See, and this is kind of what I mean by like status waiting not really mattering, because everything's just dying so quick now these days. Ooh, Jade Eximus. What? Guy just despawned on me. All right, well. Don't even have dental? Lord, no. Lord, no. It's only exposure to radiation, sadly, when it comes to Nyx. Yeah, like good red light. Yeah, sure. How long does it usually take for a frame to get an augment? Oh, that's like, I'm not gonna lie, basically completely random. Sometimes years, sometimes really quick. Any new ways of getting arcane precision? I mean, Vosper? Yeah, Vosper. I don't think there's any like other new way. I don't think that precision got put into Noko's bounties. Not a gambler? I mean, I would highly recommend saving your time and doing it that way. Like, you will save time, and then you'll also get all the other arcanes that are available in the shop. Or in the loot pool for the... doing those. So, like, I would still recommend going that direction, but if you aren't a fan of that, like, I understand. Oh, Malice. Oh, Malice, you're about to put a mag bubble on one of us. Okay, who got mag bubbled? Who we killing? Who we killing? Nobody, apparently. You were smart. New operation with Shadowgrapher might be in there. Oh, yeah! They usually just put... Man, I kind of hope that they do something interesting for this operation. I'm kind of getting tired of just farming for the same set of arcanes every 6 months. I hope they put something a little bit different this time. Although, then again, I understand the reasoning for doing it. Like, this is a old person problem, someone who's been playing the game for too long problem. Those are some really big balls you got there, hero. Those are some big ass balls. Like, I understand the reason also for them doing all those things there. Love my videos? Hell yeah. Paid chatter moment, for real, for real. I'm joking, silly. How you doing today? Welcome on in. Checks in the mail. Hope you're doing well. Boom. Boom. You doing stabbies first? Ooh, stabbies. Anyway, I understand the reasoning for putting like the Eidolon arcanes in there. Because, you know, I'm old, I don't need them, but like they're really good for new players to get their hands on. It's a great system for them to add it in. What is that whistling noise? Is that just null stars? How have I never noticed that whistling noise before? It sounds like little missiles flying overhead. Whew, whew. Oh, Madurai Arrow Rain. Yeah, I always forget about those things existing. It's not from my tower on strike. It was somebody else's tower on strike. I got Zeneric. What's the Furious build? It's on the channel. Black Shadow. Ooh, Arctic Xmas. Furious. There you go, Black Shadow. Sorry you had too much caffeine? Oh, that's okay. I love caffeine. Oh, look at Jade Light friend. Get to work. Oh, my Xmas did 3 million damage and then died after I just summoned it. Wait, how did you die? You died real quick there, friendo. All right, head to Extract Nerds. We're out of here. Did DE fix matchmaking? No, they said that matchmaking, the invite system isn't coming back until after with the Shadowgrapher because of the hack thing. It's going to require a full update in order to fix, apparently. So it'll be back with Shadowgrapher. Whee! Whee! Bah! Chaos! Bah! Do I need more for him? No. Question is, how does this even happen? Great question. I doubt we'll know, and I doubt they'll ever tell us. Because, you know, simple internet security, you don't tell people how the problem happened so that other people don't mess with stuff. You didn't have Rift Torrent on? Psycho. What's wrong with you? Rift Torrent's so good.
They aren't from the neural sentry. Destroy them.
What the frick? Get out of here, you nerds. Yeah, that's what I thought. Get blapped. Blap, blap, blap. Blap, 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 blap. Ab, blap, ab. Ab, ab, ab. Ab, ab, ab. All right, let's go. We're leaving. Zuber's leaving. Everybody out. Also, if you are still wanting to like group up with people and whatnot, there is a bit of a workaround for the invite server stuff and the invite problems. And I cover it in that short there. All right, GG peeps. And we'll set this to invite for the moment.
I'm the biggest monster you've
Everything. Asked a friend about it. She tried friends list and it didn't work either. Yeah, it seems to be consoles are having some problems with the workaround. I've heard from a few people already. But yeah, there's not really much we can do about it at the moment. Askew. It's only a few days, right? It's gonna be on Wednesday when the patch hits. It should be all fixed. So just sit tight. They'll get it fixed out. You didn't see a join session earlier? Yeah, it's like, so it sometimes it doesn't show up here on the join session in here, right? Like sometimes you can't join into these people. Like this one here, I can join in on this person, but I can't join into this person. I can join on this person. You know, some people you can join, some people you can't for some reason. I haven't quite figured out that. But you can also just do the typing of /join and then the username, and that should let you get in. You can join your friends on console if they're in a mission with friends only on, and when you leave the mission together, you'll still be in the party. Yeah. The other trick to it is, like I said in the short, if you start in navigation, it seems to be more consistent. Because what this essentially does is set up the game session when you go into navigation, and then people can join in to you. So if you're having any problems, this is another, like, and I mentioned this in that short, if you start in navigation, because that essentially sets up the game session, then it makes it easier for people to join in. Again, it's kind of just a, you know, it's a little bit of a workaround while this annoyance is happening. It's not that big of a deal at the end of the day. It's more just a hassle than anything else. I'm trying to remember if I went to the places. Is it better now? I'll take a look in a second here. I can't remember if I did my weekly shops. I wonder if we're gonna get double weekly shop now. We used to be changing up the weekly shop stuff, so I wonder if we're gonna get double shop this week. Sometimes they kind of just give it to us. Watch it as he goes. Did I go see Teshin? I cannot recall. Mm-hmm. 20 days. Double shop. So sometimes when they do stuff with weekly shops and a patch it resets the shop. So if you buy before the patch, you can buy it again after the patch. Lion sells decorations for your like orbiter and whatnot. Nothing here. You know, Creath is anything cool this week? Yum yum yum. Can the accolades... Wait, why did I go here? I guess we'll go visit Yanta. Hi, the woman who I wish I could marry. Why can't we marry Yanta? It's probably because she's like 1,000 years old, and that would be weird. She's dead? No, she's not. She's alive. She's right there. No, she's not dead. She's right there. She's real. You can see her. She's right there. Not dead. She's right there. She's not dead. No, she doesn't. She wouldn't be standing there if she was dead. She didn't look like a ghost. She's a real person right there. Also, Yanta knew us when we were preteens. I know. I know that she's dead, chat. I played the story. I know what's going on. I'm just joking around. Lord have mercy upon all of your souls. Hey, companion ribbon.
Let's see what happens.
What do you think? Are we finally gonna get it? Do you think we're actually gonna get it this time? The Verglass ribbon? Chat, if we get a Verglass ribbon, I'm gonna end this stream, and if we don't get a Verglass ribbon, someone owes me 5 gifted subs. Okay, stream's over, everybody. GG. No, Necromancer, it's all good. Stream's over. Have a great night, everybody. We didn't get a Verglass ribbon. The only thing that could possibly save this is 5 gifted sub. I'm joking. Latron Wiki said double tap is multiplicative. Yeah, so the problem with double tap is if you miss a shot, it resets. So I don't like double tap on here. You're gonna do it, don't do it, Sleepy. Don't fall for the bit every time, Sleepy. Damn it, Blue. Okay, Blue can fall for the bit. And Bean, no, Bean, you're not supposed to fall for the bit. Damn it! Thank you very much, Bean and Blue, for the 5 gifted subs each. Super appreciated you. Don't fall for the bits, y'all. Yeah, there. Hold on, let me. Hold on. If you watch that short, Ninya, I'm gonna guess that's how you pronounce your name. Ninya, if you watch that short, there is a workaround right now. It is the Warframe's invite server was hacked. So caused some problems or something. There was a hack. Long story short, nothing actually bad happened. They were just annoying and stupid and childish. But there is a workaround which you can watch that short there. Blue, thank you for the gifted sub to Hero. Appreciate you, Blue. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. If you got gifted a sub, please make sure to say thanks, as that is the right thing to do. And if you want in for the hype train, get yourself a cool little emote, help support the community. Twitch sub, Twitch Turbo, biddies, sound alerts, gifted subs. Anyone got those bezo bucks laying around? Oh my god, they fell for the bit. So sad. Can we get a gifted sub to Warframe? Oh lord. You dodged your own gifted sub? Yeah, how'd that happen? How are you not subbed right now, Bean? Poor Bean. Question, any tips for the Ignis Wraith? Debilitate's hilarious on it. Sleepy for the 5 gifted subs. Sleepy, you didn't need to do that. Blue, stop falling for the bits, guys. Blue, thank you for the gifted sub to Warframe. Blue beat you to it. Dang it. Dang nabbit. You'll just have to gift it to Soulframe then, Blue. Or Bean. Time for 100 bomb. I mean, we could do 100 bomb. What's on our 100 bomb list here? I forget what's on the 100 bomb list here still. Oh yeah, invert controls for a day, Southpaw shoulder for a week, Warframe alphabet challenge, 100 form of Stug, no ciphers for a week, finally do LR5 test, no X frame for a week, can only use X weapon type for a week, 200 forma on Dinesha, Cernos short series, 100 forma frame of choice, and color all fashions. Color all fashions to something. And Bean, thank you very much for the gifted sub to Soulframe. Wait, was that the right Soulframe? That was not the right Soulframe, but they did get a gifted sub. Thank you very much, Bean, for the gifted sub to Soulframe. How did Soulframe... Wait, how did they not just like... Wait, what is Soulframe's actual channel name then? Now I'm curious. I'm not going to tell you what it is. I'm not going to tell you what it is because I don't want you to... Soulframe... Yes, I'm not going to tell you what it is because I don't want anyone to fall for the bit. We got a hype train going. We'll snooze the ads. Yeah, so Double Tap is really, really strong. And as Evan said... Blue, thank you for the gifted sub to play Soulframe. Everybody stop following for the... Stop doing the bits. No, don't give a gifted sub to DE Reb. Don't do it. I'm hiding from Reb still. Anyone who gives a gifted sub to Reb is getting banned. I'm still hiding from Reb from TennoCon. Say no more. Fen, you're not supposed to fall for the bit. No, don't do it. I'm hiding from Reb purposely. Anyway, Double Tap's really good. And as Evan said, Double Tap works really, really well on Meg. With Electron. But the problem is, if you miss your shot, it resets. So it's like, you know. I would also highly recommend Galvanized Aptitude on here. And the reason why is it's multiplicative on here with the direct hits of the alt fire. Or direct hits of the incarnate form. 100 sub bomb to LR5 test. LR5 test. Alright, Redacted, you have yourself a good night. Hatters, that's on the 100 sub. No, Blue! Damn it. Now she's gonna show up here one day, be like, what the hell? Thank you very much, Blue. Appreciate you for the gifted sub. Mods, can we 07 Blue in the chat, please? Time out Blue for 1 second. Bye, it's been fun. Don't time out Blue, it's fine. This is a joke. Spare Assassin Incarnate? Yeah, it's pretty fun. It's a bit annoying to charge, though, which is my biggest problem. Take you? Alright. Oh, I don't have the low timeout time here. Congratulations, you're timed out for 10 seconds. 07 in chat for Blue for 10 seconds. Thoughts on the Nagantaka Prime? I actually really like it. It's pretty fun. It's not the greatest, but it's pretty fun. Anyway, long story short, Galvanized Aptitude. You want Galvanized Aptitude on here. Which, realistically speaking, I would probably drop Candidate here. Or double tap for it. Awesome Master! Regia. Manifold Bond, good. You put it in the right spot. So for those who don't know, Manifold Bond will reduce the cooldown of the ability immediately to its right from the top. If you're going from the top right to the bottom left, so it'll cool down Arc Coil. So you just like spam Arc Coil. Thank you very much, Blue, for the gifted sub to Reb. Thank you very much, Blue, for the gifted sub to Play Soulframe. Thank you very much, A Real Human Beam, to the fake Soulframe. Thank you very much, Blue, for the gifted sub to Warframe. Thank you very much, Sleepy, for the 5 gifted. Thank you very much, Blue, for the 1 gifted to Hero. Thank you very much, Real Human Being, for the 5 gifted. And thank you, Blue, for the 5 gifted. If you got a gifted a sub, please make sure to say thank you to the people. We do have to run a quick ad break here. My apologies, everybody, now that the hype train's over. Y'all know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch Turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a minute. You know about Manifold Bond? Yeah, it's like a weird little thing with Manifold Bond. It's a little bit of an odd thing. I would, oh, you're probably stuck in an ad break, but I would say Duplex Bond for the extra energy. No more ads for you, Hero? Heck yeah. Posture check. Okay, okay, Blue. Okay. All right, I'll do a posture and I'll drink some advanced GG. No ad breaks in your country? Ooh, lucky and or unfortunate for you? There's a cascade in Steel Path? Don't tell me this. Giorgio default skin looks so ugly. It's true. It's so true. Also, don't get Prime subs? Yeah, that's really silly, but, you know. Stupid. Legal stuff, probably. We should get a Kuva version? I agree. Didn't check your Volt? Did you... Have I looked at your Volt yet? No, you're next here. So, that's the reason why I haven't looked at your Volt. It's because I haven't gone to you yet. That would be the reason. Man, I'm tired. Why am I always tired? Is it because I don't eat enough food? Probably. Hi, tired, your hero. I hate you so much. If Breaking Bad, then why break Void Relics? Because if you break the outside of the Void Relics, you get the tasty, Cadbury cream egg prime parts inside of it. Yeah, so you gotta break the shell open, and then you can eat the insides. Okay, going back to your burst laser prime. Yeah, you just want to throw as many status effects as you can on this thing, right? Because you're using this as essentially a you're essentially just using this for status priming, so you just want to throw as many status effects as you can on here for Arc Coil. It's like it doesn't really matter about what you put on here, just like you just want to slap as many status effects on here as possible. Obviously, magnetic and radiation are really good because you have single mods for both. And then viral for free viral spreading, and electricity or whatever other, either electricity or heat, whichever one you would prefer. Yeah, I mean, you don't really need to put mods on this thing as long as you're putting elements on here, right? Nautilus. Contagious bond. Okay, manifold bond. Move it over here so that it cools down Cordon. Although none of these have cooldowns, I don't believe, so it doesn't really matter, but you should still move it over just to be safe. Duplex bond, momentous bond, synth deconstruct. Highly, highly recommended synth deconstruct on here. Like, I would probably drop regen for synth deconstruct here. Does Primal Fury give you the T-Rex? No, it gives you the caveman from the Baki series. Actually, oddly enough. Verglass. Crit chance, multi-shot. Ooh, the minus status duration is a little bit rough for this combination. I'm not gonna lie. The minus status duration is a little bit rough there. But it's not like that big of a deal. Again, keep in mind that these only activate if you have this mod on your weapon and are using it actively and have the buffs on, so just keep that in mind for these two. Otherwise, you should be fine. Yeah, I don't know, man. Auto mod's on drugs. Yeah, that status duration's a little bit rough. It's a little bit rough. You have another without status duration? Without minus status duration? So the only reason, what did Blue do? Oh, Blue gifted a sub to Reb, so I said that if anyone gifts a sub to Reb that I would ban them, so Blue got a 10-second ban for gifting a sub to Reb. Because I'm still hiding from Reb. Yeah, I mean, like, if you got another one that has crit chance on it, like, honestly, the only problem with this Riven is the minus status duration, but with the amount of fire that it's putting out, like, fire rate, it's probably not going to be that big of a problem. T-Rex? You didn't yell Gokai challenge? No, we're talking the T-Rex, from the Baki series. You should watch her show up today? Please, Lord, no. The stream will end if she shows up today. Yeah. If this plus a crit chance mod gets you up to above 50% crit chance, I would use this one. If this one, just because of the status duration, because the idea is with fired up, right? You want to be doing the contagion bond fired up stuff. So like continuously proccing contagious bond with the amount of heat stuff. No, it's not as bad, but it's mainly because of this stuff here, right? It's specifically this stuff here. Like, the status duration isn't that bad, but you kind of want those heat stacks to, like, exist. And realistically speaking, you'll still be killing them before the heat stacks, like, fall off, so you should be fine either direction. But if you're finding, like, on here, Awesome Master... What's coffee? It's think Patreon, Fenrir. It's like Patreon. Geeky Leather. Mods, can we get a shout out for Geeky Leather, please? If you would be so kind. Long story short, Awesome. If you're having problems with maintaining sort of the damage train with this one, just switch to the other one. Like, realistically, this is the better one, and you should be fine. Because, what? This is not showing on the Verglass Prime properly, so it's probably only, like, minus 50% status duration, which means that it's 3 seconds with Fired Up. And with Fired Up constantly applying heat statuses, you should be good. The other thing I would say, instead of electricity, put on heat here. They both kill everything in most content? Yeah, then you're probably fine. I would say replace high voltage with heat. Just, like, amp up that heat damage and the applications more. So I'd replace that with heat, personally. All right, now it's your turn, Black Shadow. Yes. If your survivability is your problem, this is the way to go. However, again, bellicose, you have no health, so Molta augmented, but you may not have it yet. You probably don't need fast deflection here because capacitance is going to be your shield generator. And then you can save yourself some mod capacity and move redirection over here. And then I would throw on rolling guard. for your status cleanse and invincibility. So remove this, put this over here, rolling guard. And Molt's augmented if you have it. Plain butter or Wukong Prime? I do like Wukong Prime. How do you get tome mods? There you go. I got a short for that. I got a short for that one too. My Assassination Ribbon is the God Roll and Blast Verglass Banshee. Yeah, but also they were going for the fired up stuff. That's really pretty. Man, I love this Mirage skin. It's one of the best in the game. Ted Galaxian. Oh, we saw this earlier. Away with you. Chicken nuggets. Cascade Empowered. What is this? The Kraken? Deals damage, matching the damage type of the status effect. Blast, rad. I mean, I would look at like going into the crit side things on the Kraken. It's pretty good. It's got a good base crit damage and it's got decent critical chance. So I'd probably play into the crit side of things. Personally. Brings back the Cavia palette. Ooh, that'd be nice. Bonds boy. Cause assists. A heavy attack cause assist. Okay, so one thing is conditional overload instead of sacrificial pressure, because the heavy attack puddle that it leaves gets condition overload, multiplicative damage from condition overload. So I would probably be using, since it looks like you're doing a heavy attack build, I would use condition overload here instead. You can also set your progenitor to be magnetic and remove this, or use heat. So then you got corrosive blast magnetic, which is a pretty nice little combination. You got vortex along with your magnetic for grouping enemies. Otherwise, all looks good. Yeah. I would definitely run heat. Esmond. Okay, so unless you're applying cold in some other direction, this is not going to be doing anything here for you. Just as a heads up, because it needs to be cold on its own. So if you're not applying cold from somewhere else, photon overcharge isn't doing anything here for you, except for the critical damage, and the critical damage is nice. 60-60 instead of this guy. What you could do is, and this is how I like to run my Tentaglaxian. Toxin, electricity, and multi-shot minus status duration. Okay, that's a little bit rough for the corrosive, but... Oh, this is also not the right values at all. This is probably like minus 60% status duration. Should be fine. And then with blast, minus status duration is actually very strong. Using Worm Prime, is the Worm Prime applying cold? From debilitate, count towards photon overcharge? Yes, it does, and that's why I was going to say debilitate. You got Crux here. You use debilitate instead. That would also give you more damage for aptitude. What to look for in ribbons? Depends on the weapon, again, as always. But typically speaking, for rifles, it's crit chance, crit damage, multi-shot, status chance, and an element, somewhere in that combination. For weapons, crit chance, crit damage, status chance, attack speed, maybe range, depending on the weapon again. How break does Warframe after the hack? Just the invites are a little bit messed up right now. That's it. And if you want more information, that short should have it for you. How's debilitate on the phage? If it's a high status weapon, debilitate's good on it. It's just that simple. It's got and you don't need like anything else. Debilitate is really fun. I do love my debilitate. It is good times. 60-60. And like maybe debilitate instead of Crux. Wacko Jester Shadows. Crit chance, punch through, ammo maximum, minus status chance. Yeah, so you're probably looking to get like roll this some more. Depending on what Cernos you're wanting to use is kind of dictates how things are going to function for you. Those stats all don't look right. Why does the Cernos regular have a higher crit chance than the Cernos Prime? That's so weird. So you're probably looking at, for like the Cernos Prime, crit chance, crit damage, multi-shot, something in there with like a minus zoom. Secondary encumber strats. My dual toxins is short from a little while back. Or Dante, or Mesa. I like running secondary encumber on them because then their weapon deals all the status effects, and because it counts as an ability, it gives you impetus stacks. So then on those frames, it gives you a free 78% status chance, or 78% power strength and 39% efficiency. And the cool thing with Dante is that if you with his fourth ability, Word Warden, it counts as your allies' abilities when it's on their shoulders. So if you're playing with a Dante with Encumber on their Noctua and you get Word Warden, it'll activate impetus on you. It's really funny. Should you do DA? Yes. You should do Deep Archimedes, Elite Deep Archimedia, Temporal Archimedia, Elite Temporal Archimedia if you have the ability to, because they have some really good legendary arcanes in them, but more importantly, Archon shards. Archon shards are really, really good for the end game. Really good for the end game. And like you can only get them from like Netrocells, the Archimedias, or sometimes in the weekly calendar, sometimes in the Descendia, one a week from Bird, and where's the other one? Archon Hunt. Should also proc Archon Stretch with a book. Yep. Yep. Tanking ETA was brutal this week. It's the first time in a while you've been forced to do something other than Banshee. Yeah. Then can you rerun it after you've done them? No, you can only receive the rewards once a week. You can rerun it if you just feel like it, but you can only receive the rewards once a week. What with you? Fenrir, a synapse. Primary blight. Don't use blight because you aren't dealing any toxin here. Right? It needs to be the single element. Yeah, Delis. Main game name's right there for you. Anoraxia. There we go. Yeah, nothing really to say. Crit chance and damage. Yeah, it's nice. I mean, at this point, I would probably drop Serration, though. Save yourself a mod slot. So what do you look for in Ribbons? Is it crit damage? Again, depends almost completely on the weapon. But typically speaking, if it's a crit-based weapon, you're looking for crit chance, crit damage, multi-shot. If it's a status-based weapon, status chance, multi-shot, fire rate, and an element of choice. Typically. But almost always depends on the weapon. Like, 99% of the time. Yeah, I would say drop Amalgam Serration here. You already got crit chance here, or you got base damage here, and you got base damage here. Well, damage, neutral damage. Serration's there for the passive, because damage-wise, yeah, I mean, you were playing Arax, so you don't really need the damage. But if you're just doing this for the sprint speed, I get it. But, like, also, I would probably still drop it. You're playing Araxia. You got your sling. Pew! Right, that's your movement. If you really need fast movement. But you could also... Are you running heat here? For your element? Are you running heat? So you got Corrosive Blast Toxin? Would I run? If you're running heat here as your progenitor element, I would run Elementalist. Your element's toxin? Oh, if you're running toxin, honestly, I would probably still go into heat for blast and then run an elementalist instead of serration. Because then you have blast toxin from Araxia, corrosive reducing enemies' armor. Yeah, that's probably what I would do personally. Is it necessary? Not really. Just wondering if you have any recommendations for weapons on Araxia with Nourish. Don't have any to grab a Kuvashati, so any some substitutions. Honestly, I think that's like a high damage weapon, right? Araxia just makes any weapon better. There are a few other weapons that have similar tech to acid shells, like the Detron has a augment that's basically acid shells. But it deals magnetic damage. So if you got a 10 in Detron, you could try this. I don't know if this works exactly like acid shells or not for transferring over elements. It's actually a good question, does it? Magnetic. Yes, it does. It acts the exact same way as acid shells. So yeah, if you don't, I mean, if you're looking to do like the whole acid shells tech, you can basically do the exact same thing with the 10 Detron, except it deals magnetic damage rather than corrosive damage. So you could go that route. Alternatively, Comb is great on her. The Kuva Comb specifically, but again, if you don't have it, then don't worry about it. Boar. Honestly, I would say like any shotgun. Like realistically speaking, with her is great. Cedo would be good on her. The Cedo Prime. Strawn is very good on her, especially with the Incarnin. Basta is actually really good on her as well, and same with the Archiplasmor. These are both really good on her. Kuva Comb, Sobek. Yeah. Any like, I mean, shotguns are just fantastic in general, but the idea is that on Araxia. The reason why I say shotguns on Araxia specifically is because her fourth ability gives you a guaranteed non-combining toxin effect. So the more shots you have, the more pellets, the more multi-shot, the more toxins she applies, right? Can you ask a question about something outside of Warframe if it's appropriate? Yeah. You can do acid shells on regular Sobek, doesn't need to be the Kuva. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't need to be the Kuva, precisely. And the regular Sobek is really good. Did I see Minecraft recently? No, I don't really play Minecraft. Yeah, anything that's gotten Incarnin will be good on her. Right? Furious. Bronco goes really crazy with her. Sicarus goes crazy with her. But the problem with the Incarnins, one thing to remember about it, is that the Incarnins don't get the toxin damage from her fourth ability. So there is a little bit of a negative there. You don't? No. I mean, like, I play a little bit, but, you know, it's like once in a blue moon that I actually touch Minecraft. The Piranha Prime would go crazy on her, by the way. This would be another good choice. The Piranha Prime would be really good. Be really good. Okay, we gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get brutal ads. If you don't like ads, kind of like me, or want to support the community, Twitch up to Turbo. Otherwise, take 2 seconds. Did you fix the whole issue that happened yesterday? We're still waiting on that. Yes, and you can watch that short for information how to get around it. Kuva Brahma, yeah, the Brahma would be another good one. Yeah. You think her playstyle doesn't work with the Piranha? No, it's perfectly fine with the Piranha. Right? She's just high damage. Weapon platform. Multi-shot. Go burr. And because her weapon, she gives you so much extra weapon damage and then also damage vulnerability on top of it, it easily activates the Piranha's unique trait. Super easily activates it. 1200 health, go burr. True and real. What's my favorite melee weapon? The Okina Prime and the Incarnate. So good. So much fun. I really love it. I do love it. There's a new update announced for Minecraft. Yeah, someone was talking about it earlier. Uh-oh. Was that more than 3, Mustard? Uh-oh, Mustard. Was that more than 3? I don't believe you. Have you had any issues with power throw? I don't really use glaives, so no. Not a big fan of glaives. They're really good, don't get me wrong, but I don't like them. They're not for me. Not for me. Did you get Noko? Throw the mushroom guy on Dante? Honestly, it is pretty good. I mean, Noko's Bright Bunch is good for everybody. It's just really, really good. Hey, away with you, Fenrir. Could you please join? Considering the whole invite bug thing, yeah, I can't really guarantee any spots for the game right now. Yeah, we saw this earlier, Wacko Jester. What's up? I took a look at this earlier. Were you just sending it at maxed up? Yeah. Like I said earlier, I would probably look at like crit chance, crit damage, multi-shot. Wouldn't necessarily go into status chance on here. Or the ammo maximum doesn't really matter, and the punch through is kind of not really matter either. Voldemort. I know it's Voldemort. Yep. Does the minion arcane work with Uriel? Yeah, it does. It's specifically Uriel's first and second ability minions. Katanak and Golfagor will activate it. I assume you mean Kamisado. Those ones will activate it, but and like the extra movement speed on them is nice. But Vitalis doesn't do anything with it, his third minion. But yes, you can snapshot the extra power strength from Kamisado into it. Into like other stuff. You're down for a mission? Maybe. So if you're running... Why are you running Theros Lethality here? Or Theros Strike here? You're running Theros Lethality for the extra crit damage. So one problem with Theros Strike is it's a chode. Really girthy, not much length. So you really need to be putting range on if you want to be taking advantage of Theros Strike and Theros Lethality. And since Kulivo's not really much of a range frame, I tried this on him, and like in order to make this super worthwhile, and he doesn't have a grouping function. I wasn't a big fan of Theros Strike on him, unfortunately. This is like one of the frames I did try it on, and I thought this would be really, really good, but it's kind of a little bit rough. You run it with a Nautilus grouping for you? Okay. I would still probably look at getting some range on here, realistically speaking. I would still look at getting some range on here. Like, you could drop Equilibrium for Archon Stretch and have a companion regenerate your energy for you, and even, like, throw an Equilibrium shard on if need be. But I would say trying to get some range on here would be really nice for this. I mean, you could also drop Prime Flow, but if you're spamming, then you might have problems with energy again. Arcane Truculence is a very good choice with Volatile Recompense because it's a constant source of Overguard, so Truculence will actually activate. Molt Augmented for more power strength. Yeah, all the rest of it looks good. The only thing is maybe some range for Theros Strike would do you well. Hate, Condition Overload, Galvanized Steel, Elementalist, Organ Shatter. What are you running on here? Viral? So Viral Heat. There is some reason to be running both Prime Pressure Point and Condition Overload on the Hate. It's 3 a.m. Awesome. No worries. You have yourself a wonderful night. Thanks for hanging out today. There is some reason to be doing this because this is multiplicative on here with the I believe it's multiplicative on its ranged side of things. Let's go to the wiki. Whee! Hate Incarnate. Yeah, direct hits affected by condition overload, but not the explosions. Okay, so it is not multiplicative here. Condition. No, okay. Direct hit is affected by condition overload, but not the explosions. It doesn't say that it's multiplicative here. To the other one. Condition overload mechanic. Hate. Right, this page is stupid because it doesn't load things. It just hides them in little sub-menus, so you can't actually look it up properly. When they get that burning hate to the shop, probably the heat death of the universe, sometime around then. I thought the hate got like silly damage from the conditional overload. I mean, with that in mind, I would probably not run Prime Pressure Point. If you have Burning Hate does actually scale really well with Elementalist, so I'd probably drop that for that. This is just normal damage, it's not multiplicative. So I would probably just lean on this with a status priming companion. You're already running the Nautilus, so that should be your status priming. You can replace this with Blood Rush for more crit chance, or Weeping Wounds for more status chance. Is primary arcane plated rounds even worth it? Great question. What does plated rounds do? Arcane play. What fucking stupid. Plated. 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 Deal increased damage per round loaded based on maximum magazine size. Why doesn't it show the numbers here? Why does it not show the numbers here? Primary plated round. I mean, if it's a giant ammo drum weapon, potentially, yeah. Right? Potentially, yes. For a giant reloaded weapon. But you would need to have over 116 rounds to make it worthwhile to use. Right? Merciless, Deadhead, and Dexterity are all, you know, it equals out to being those at 116 rounds. So if you have, like, more damage or more rounds in it, I mean, theoretically, it could be good. And the problem is that it's a 10-second buff. So like even running this high of rounds, you're gonna lose the buff, right? Like you'll lose the buff before it starts to matter, unless you're running super high fire rate, right? So like 300% times divided by 10 seconds, you need to be having like a fire rate of 30 rounds a second. Why did I have to pull out a calculator for that? I'm half asleep, that's why. So yeah, I would say probably not. Realistically speaking, it's not that great. You're sending Galaxian punch through prime shred instead of this, or regular shred, and then you won't need this. You're running debilitate, running blast. I would say get another element on here. Highly recommended to get another element on here, both for Galvanized Aptitude and also for debilitate. Like you could put the magnetic mod here and then put shred here instead. What element would I recommend? With blast, I always recommend corrosive. Blast gets its damage reduced by armor. Corrosive reduces people's armor. Beautiful little combination. Like I run blast corrosive on my builds. So, and the nice thing is that you can do that actually really easily on here, because it comes natively with cold. So you can run, you know, cold and heat as your progenitor and then just mod corrosive on here. It'll be a little bit low damage, but I mean, it worked. And punch through is really, really important. So you do have the punch through here, but you could just run, instead of both of these, just run a, instead of both of these, you could just run, shred. Right? Prime shred, regular shred, one of the two. Erzman, yo Kulovo? Kulovo. Actually, that does look really good. You know what? Congratulations, you found another of the few good uses of this Signa. Looks really good on this, on the Kulovo skin here. Looks really nice. Not sold on this ephemera here, though, Erzman. I think that signed on is a great choice. I'm not super sold on that ephemera, although it does actually play very well into the Lotus theme there. And the Lotus Signa, so maybe I'm an idiot. Maybe I'm just wrong. Maybe I'm just stupid. Just a little stupid. All right, everybody. I'm calling it here. I know we're a little early tonight, but I'm just super tired. And with this invite thing causing problems, you know, what can we do? So we are going to call it here for me. Zeno's EP. Zenos, we need to go sleep. But before we go, thank you very much, Blue, for the gifted sub to Reb. Thank you very much, Blue, for the gifted sub to Play Soulframe. Thank you very much, Bean, for the gifted sub to Fake Soulframe. Thank you very much, Blue, for the gifted sub to Warframe. Thank you very much, Sleepy, for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you very much, Blue, for the gifted sub to Hero. Thank you very much, Real Human Being, for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you, Blue, for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you, Sabuchi, for the raid. Thank you, Icicle, for the 4 months tier 1. Thank you, Manuel, for the new Prime. Thank you, Blue, for the membership over on YouTube. Thank you, Sleepy, for the 5 gifted subs. And that's it. I don't think we had any sound alerts today. Yeah. So we'll be back on Tuesday, everybody. We'll just do our weeklies, and hopefully we'll be able to get a squad together for weeklies and whatnot. Although keep an eye on the Discord. I may not stream Tuesday. As I said, my mom is moving across the country to retire. So I might take Tuesday off to spend with her. But I will let you all know in the Discord if that is the case or not. And there be the link for you, and there be the link for you, so that you guys can all can get the updates there. But I hope that you all have yourselves a wonderful night. I hope that you all had a good weekend, and we'll see y'all on Tuesday. But before we go, let's go find a friendo to drop you off with. I think we will drop you off with this friendo. We're gonna drop you off with Bard. All right, everybody, go say hi to Bard. They're wonderful. They're great. They're a mad scientist. There you go. There you go. There's some emotes to throw at Bardy. All right, everybody. Peace. Have a good night. See you Tuesday. Bye.